for a brief statement. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to allow you to. We're in government's business.
All right,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker, I will defer to tomorrow morning in God's spare life.
Honourable members, we will resume Committee of Supply. Honourable members, I'd like to call the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and his staff to be in place and invite you to turn to pages 162 and 163. Thank you. Honourable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 261, Policy Development and Administration. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honourable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chairman, colleague, Minister, welcome to you and your staff particularly. Mr. Chair, in relation to the oil and gas sector for natural resources, this is unfortunately, the ministry is quite bare. However, I first question on the 6241, rentals of building. Maybe. Chair, can the Honourable Minister provide some details?
Honourable Minister, you provide some details of this rental?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, let me thank the Honourable Member for the question as well. Mr. Chair, this building has been rented by the Ministry of Natural Resources since 2019. It's the building on Main Street that houses the Compliance Department of the Ministry as well as the EITI Secretariat.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Follow-up, Mr. Chairman, there is a new Guyana Oil and Power Inc. Does this agency, new agency, fall under the Ministry of Natural Resources? If not, can the Minister inform where it is? Rental of buildings, right?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the direct answer is no. As I mentioned, the building will house the compliance department as well as the EITI Secretariat.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members. Honourable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Subsidies and contributions to organizations, 6322. Sir, might be a good time now to put her back on the AC as well, sir. Can I proceed, sir? Subsidies and contribute to international, there is a sum for 2.1 billion, 2 million, which I assume is our annual contribution. And EITI. Can the Minister inform us or inform the House where the actual budget for EITI is? You're paying the contingent. Is it on the?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the Honourable Member is right. This is the annual subscription for EITI, and the allocation for EITI is in this program as well, I'm advised.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member.
Follow-up question. What is the allocation for EITI for 2023? Honourable Minister.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I advise that the field activities are covered under the same program, 261, while some of the other activities are supported by the World Bank project. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member,
Miss-
Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Speaker, 261, did the Honorable Minister say 261, which is land, local travel and
No, no,
subsistence?
program 261. The program.
Program 261. Sir, but I asked specifically, sir, this is the minister's budget. What is the allocation for EITI for 2023? No, I'm asking him to disaggregate the amounts committed to EITI, GITI.
Under which line item?
Sir, he says the minister
No,
said,
under which line item first? Let's come back to the line item.
sir, I was started off on 6322, right? And he said that this is the international contribution, international fees for EITI. I then subsequently asked a follow-up question, what is the allocation for EITI on this? And the minister responded on the program, this program. So I'm asking,
No, he was talking about other programs, if I heard him correctly.
no, he did say
Did I hear other programs?
261, he said, sir.
Okay. Honorable Member, on the subsidies to local organization or international organizations, there is a table at the back, right? And if I'm educating the members and under the line item, if we check and a particular agency is not there, we have to look for the line item where it is to ask the question. But to come and ask a general policy, where is this, where is that? You know, the document that we have before us has a lot of information. So is the question really, is ETI, Extractive Industry Transfer Index, catered for under this? I don't know. Honorable Minister, I'm just trying to bring some clarity so that the questions can be very focused on the line item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as I mentioned, the expenses or the allocation for EITI is catered for in this program, 261. And if I can just give an example for clarity for the honorable member, for example, 6284, there's an allocation of $56,280,000. Part of that allocation, Mr. Speaker, caters for the systematic disclosure for EITI, the beneficial ownership register, for example. It is catered for under the 6284, while other expenses cater for admin expenses are catered for under the other heads, and a few other expenses will fall under the World Bank project, as it has always been the common practice since EITI has been established in Guyana. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister Patterson. Sorry,
you.
Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
That's okay, sir.
Yeah,
Forward
but once
thinking.
you're a minister for me, you're always a minister.
Forward thinking anyway. Things to come. Sir, I thank the Honorable Minister because I did highlight, and I was going on to 6284, but I wanted to ensure.
You're in the right track.
And sir, I'm very, very well acquainted with Appendix T and the other appendices where the organizations are. But thanks for the reminder. Sir, can the
Welcome.
Honorable Minister disaggregate this 56.280 million allocated for under 6284 order?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, systematic disclosures I mentioned, 7 million. Advertisement, 10 million. Design and printing, 4 million. The Youth and Natural Resources Program, 8 million. Legal opinion and consultancies, 25 million for the year 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, I don't want to raise this point anymore, but I haven't, the Honorable Minister indicated that EITI is dispersed on this, sir. The disaggregation, he did, sir, has no mention of EITI, just as a point, sir.
Systematic.
Honorable Minister, before you speak, you can sit if you so desire and pull the microphone down so we could hear better.
Is that available to everyone?
Just the person in the well. I will allow you to, yes. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I did mention the 7 million allocation for the systematic disclosure. That is in regards to EITI.
Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir. Systematic disclosure, sir. So can I ask the Honorable Minister to further disaggregate the $7 million, sir, including the employment cost, the systematic disclosure, for EITI? And can he confirm that the chairman or CEO of EITI has been paid under the $7 million? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, this 7 million is to cater for a consultancy. The staffing is catered under the different line item and is not catered for in this $7 million.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson. Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsrud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 6302, an item. Mr. Speaker, Chair, can the Honorable Minister kind enough to say specific as to where this training will be or to what we conducted?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the following training will be catered for water quality monitoring, GPS mapping and reading, strategic planning, natural resource policy leadership program, forest day training.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsrud.
Thank you, Chair. I specifically asked the question, Mr. Speaker, because I wanted to know if there's any training to be done, or I don't know if the Ministry of Natural Resources have a task force to assist in monitoring the oil and gas sector. So that's basically I was asking where the training would be done.
Honorable Minister.
Not under this program, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 25, Ministry of Natural Resources, from 261, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 505. The same agency, 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 261, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure. And I propose a question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 261, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, can we turn to pages 164 and 165? And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 262, Natural Resource Management, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Sir, I stand because you seem to miss me. 6284, order. Once again, can the Honorable Minister, disaggregate the 405 million, 405 million.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, definitely, reforestation program, 300 million. The final phase of the forest inventory program, $95 million. Advertisement and other services to support these, $10 million.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Patterson. Thank you very much. You're quite good, Minister, the Honorable Member says. Honorable Members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 262, Natural Resource Management Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable Members, let us turn to page 505. I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 262, Natural Resource Management Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, he's quite good. Thank you very much. Honorable Members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 262, Natural Resource Management Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable Members, please turn to pages 166 and 167. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 264, Petroleum Management, current expenditures stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I'll ask for save time brevity 264 and 6284, sorry, and 6294. Both are orders. Can that be disaggregated?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, for 6284, if I may deal with that for us, a total of 204 million. Mr. Chair, 6.3 million will go towards the third-party inspection cost. This is a cost that is attached to the offloading of crude whenever a lift is being done. This has always been a standing agreement between us and the operator. We pay 50%, they pay 50%. So this represents 50% of having a person physically on the FPSO, and this also take into consideration that the third FPSO will become a part of our fleet in 2023. 50 million is being allocated to the newly formed local content secretariat. As you're aware, Mr. Chair, the secretariat was established in 2022. It's mainly supported by the ministry, the 261 program. However, now we would like to formally have an allocation assigned to the local content secretariat so that much more can be done, especially with our promise to review the act in 2023 by way of holding consultation, and also because in the act itself it says that the local content secretariat is responsible for conducting sensitization, capacity development programs across the country, and we would like to start that in 2023. 42 million, Mr. Speaker, represent subscription, especially going towards S&P Global Floods and a number of other organizations, for example, the International Energy Agency, the Oracle Crystal Ball, Bloomberg subscription. And these are necessary because it helps our technical team of the ministry to manage the sector in a more prudent manner. As a result of some of these subscription and the knowledge gained from it, we've been able to save significantly on demurrage cost, which has been cut significantly, and you will see in the allocation in this budget, for example, we have only asked for, I think it's 80 something. I'll give you the figures as we go to the other one. 98.5 million demurrage cost. At one time, demurrage cost was almost $500 million, Mr. Speaker. So the subscription has helped our technical team a lot, working with those organizations to cut our demurrage costs by tracking pricing and tracking vessel as they move. The other costs, $5 million, will go towards advertisement and brochure and petroleum activities for the public and staff. And $100.7 million, Mr. Speaker, is allocated for the review of the Whiptail FDP, which is our 6th development. There's indication that that FDP will be submitted to us sometime late 2023. So we are making provision to start the review process of the 6th development. So, Mr. Speaker, that is 6284. I think the honorable member also asked for 6294. 6294 being a total of $156.5 million. 50 million, Mr. Speaker, is going towards GNBS. GNBS is now the agency that has a physical presence on both FPSOs presently, looking into the measurement calibration and also monitoring the daily production and the offloading. 98.5 million, Mr. Speaker, is budgeted for demurrage expenses. And as I mentioned, this has been significantly reduced due to the efficient management of the sector. In the past, Mr. Speaker, for example, if I may give you an example, in 2020, we had a total of 19 lifts, and the demurrage cost was $2.8 million. And for example, in 2022, we had 32 lifts with a demurrage cost of $2.8 million. So it more than almost doubled the amount of lifts for the same cost, demurrage cost. And as you're aware, Mr. Chair, demurrage is not something that it can be avoided. It's almost unavoidable, but at the same time, you cannot determine a fixed cost to every lift, depending on the downtime or the time a vessel takes to load at the FPSO. This 98.5 million is also factoring the third FPSO coming on board in 2023 as well, too, Mr. Speaker. And finally, $8 million will go towards the local content secretariat and the petroleum unit in general, participating in international forum and expos, like our International Energy Expo coming up on Valentine's Day, and of course the number of international expos that we are all usually invited to as well, OTC and a few others. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much for the explanation, sir. 6284. Can I ask the minister, with your leave, sir, say the audits which was awarded, sir, under which line head? For the last time it was under this, but which head is the audits that are being conducted, that have been conducted for the last 2.5 years?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I know it's not linked to any line item, but in the interest and in the spirit of transparency and accountability, because there is nothing to hide with regards to the management of the oil and gas sector, and there is nothing sinister or hidden in the budget with regards to management of the oil and gas sector. So I will volunteer to give the information regardless. I think the honorable member is fully aware that there is a petroleum account at the Guyana Geology and Mines Commission, of which license fees and other dues are paid into that account. And for example, in the new production license that we are issuing now, we have actually included an auditing fee. So the operator is paying an auditing fee to Guyana in those new licenses, and that money is being paid into the petroleum account at GGMC. So for example, the audit that is being done right now, that is the one involving the local consortium. The 3 local accounting companies participating and partnering with the international company. They're being paid through that mechanism. And I would like to say that an initial report was submitted by the consortium, and we are awaiting the second report, which should be submitted in another 2 months, from today. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the minister's frank answer, nothing, and his commitment that everything is transparent. Sir, what about the position of the first audit, which was completed by GRA in November 2020, some 2.5 years ago? Can the Honorable Minister be so equally forthright with that?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think what the honorable member meant is that the review was done by GRE in 2020 indeed, and they would have found that there was need to go back and to do some further work with the operator, which was done, and a final report has now been submitted and is being reviewed by all the relevant agencies, stakeholders, including the petroleum unit at GRA. So once that is over, we will conclude the forest audit hopefully very soon.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Sir, a follow-up. Thank you once again for your frankness, Minister. Please get smelly. My apologies, Chair. Mr. Minister, in November of 2022, it was, I'm not allowed to call his name, reported that the audit for the second audit would be completed by the end of last year. You've now said it out that the second report will be done in 2 months. Can you inform this nation when you expect the final report to be ready and available and laid in the Parliament?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the final report is due in March of 2023. I think from the inception when the contract was signed, there was a bit of misunderstanding. In the contract, it says 120 working days. And I think there was a lot of misconception around, not necessarily by the opposite, but I think the media as well too, as to that it will be 120 running days or calendar days, but it's 120 working days. What has happened since then is that the consortium would have sent a number of their accountants, auditors to Oklahoma. I know they went to Oklahoma for sure to do some training program. They went to Houston as well too, because the whole idea of having a local consortium participating in this audit is to build capacity. So yes, there's been a slight delay, but it is at the expense of building capacity locally so that we can have this very local consortium and even add more local companies to them. The door is not shut to that, so that they can do the future audits and we can reach a stage where we will not be auditing 2018 and 2019, but we can actually audit 2021 and 2022. Or even half-yearly audit once we have that capacity, because we do have good auditors and accountants in Guyana, but can they actually audit oil and gas expenses? The answer to that is no. They need to familiarize themselves with the expenses associated to the oil and gas sector, because if we're going to talk about a Christmas tree or a riser or drilling fluid, then they're not quite familiar with that. So it's more of a learning process too on building capacity. So yes, there have been a slight delay, but the last report is due in March of 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that some stated for Program 264, Petroleum Management. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, could we turn to page 505? The same program, 264, Petroleum Management, Capital Expenditure. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies. I'm speaking on the oil and gas sector development program. I don't have program 1 here, so the line item, if you could help me with the line item, sir, for the minister. So I'm from the volume 3, the profile, the capital profile. Number 3, creation of oil and gas data management system. That's one of the targets and deliverables. Can the Honorable Minister update us on that? And I have follow-up questions, sir.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, indeed, part of the allocation is to ensure that we start the process of having our very own data repository right here in Guyana. The disadvantage that we face right now is that our data, our oil and gas data, is not stored in Guyana. And the issue with that is that we can make a lot of revenue by selling on that data, by having that data in country, and we being the sole agent and responsible for it. Presently is being hosted by one or two different companies in Houston that has the kind of capacity to hold our data. And these are not new arrangements, Mr. Chair. This is the arrangement that has been in place since the previous administration has been in government. We have maintained the same arrangement. We haven't changed anything. And if I can give you an example right now, Mr. Speaker, that we have this bid round, or bid rounds, that is now public, 14 blocks up for auction. If any company, take for example Exxon, that they need additional data on Guyana, seismic data or any other data, then they have to go to this third party in Houston and to pay for that data. Of course, 50% will come to us. But it is because we don't have our own data repository in Guyana that we have to take 50% and not 100%. So we're aiming to change that so that we can have our data, Guyana data, stored in Guyana. We can manage it and to make the revenue for ourselves right here in Guyana too. Because obviously, as we continue to develop the oil and gas sector, there will be much more data, not only from the Stabroek block, but all other blocks outside of the Stabroek, and also near shore and onshore blocks. So there is an allocation here to start that process, to get a consultant, of course, to look at our needs as a country, because we will have to determine, first of all, what data we need to store, the size of the data, what software will be needed, what hardware will be needed, the specification requirements. These are all information that we need upfront. So there's an allocation here to hire a consultant to start the initial work so that we're advised properly before we rush into setting up this data repository in Guyana. It's not as simple as it sounds. It's highly technical, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. this program, and in light with the gas ashore, does this program cater for a gas leak management plan? If not, where it has been publicly committed to be available since last year? Can I ask the minister, where is that funded and what's the status of that?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Let me thank the honorable member for the question. Mr. Chair, these studies are ongoing. The operator has been assisting with all the studies along with our technical team. So you would not see an allocation assigned to it, but it is being done between ourselves and the operator. They're actually paying for it then, in other words. Additionally, too, Mr. Speaker, we have managed, through His Excellency President Ali, we have managed to, and the recent visit of the Petroleum Minister from Qatar to Guyana, we have managed to, on building our relationship, secure 2 exports that will be in country next week. They'll be in country next week. That is Qatar sending 2 exports to Guyana to assist us with this very plan that the honorable member spoke of, the gas leak plan, the gas utilization monetization plan. So, and Mr. Speaker, if I may add, at no cost to us. This is Qatar way of showing their appreciation to Guyana. They'll be paying for that.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Patterson.
Thank you very much. So does the minister think that it is prudent for a country that is in their natural resource fund that has won over $1 billion for 2022 only, that the operator, Exxon, should be conducting our gas leak management fund as opposed to us procuring these services independently and separately? Is that the most prudent way within the industry that the ministry is going, that the operator doing their own gas leak management plan?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, based on the new production license that we would have signed, Payara, Yellowtail, we have actually built it into the production license that it becomes a requirement from the operator, but it must be reviewed by the Ministry of Natural Resources, by our technical team. So it's not us accepting what the operator gives to us, it is us reviewing and making our input. But it is built into the license, so it's part of their responsibility. It takes the expense away from us, but we still have a major say in reviewing and putting our inputs into any plan.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Patterson.
I see the minister suffering a bit, so I'll speed up. Sir, does this allocation, sir, there is a gas dispersion plan which was promised. There's a wastewater management plan which was promised. There's a fleet efficient stock depletion plan. All of these were promised for 2022. And the natural gas management plan, all were promised to be available by the end of 2022. Can the minister update this assembly on that? Or is that, sir, being done by the operator as well?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, let me just correct the honorable member. I can't really recall. I don't think it's accurate that I said that all these studies will be completed by the ending of 2022. However, I have a list here of all the studies that are ongoing. I can probably go through. For example, conducting the produce water study, conducting the block seismic activity study, conducted effective drilling production activity in marine environment. So there are a number of studies being done by independent consultants. And the ministry is being or is reviewing all these studies and making our input. So I can't recall making the promise that it will be concluded by the ending of 2022. But what I can say presently is that all of these studies are currently ongoing, and we have an active say. So I don't want it to look in any way as if the operator is doing the studies for the government, because I want to share the same point that, as the honorable member mentioned, that as a country and as the ministry responsible for the sector, we cannot have an operator doing the studies and preparing the report, and we are accepting it as it is. So I want to assure the honorable member and everybody that the study is being done, but the ministry is reviewing, and that is why we have, I think I went through it, $25 million to consultancies, because what we're doing too is to employ or contract independent consultants so that they can assist us with reviewing some of these reports, because some of these reports, as the honorable member would agree, are very technical reports. So we need experts in those fields. And that is why there's an allocation of 25 million for consultancies. So that is being done. And it's not that the report from, or the study from the operator is being accepted by government. I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Uh,
Honorable Patterson.
Mr. Speaker, my final question for the minister, so we can get on with the business. In particular, sir, the natural resources stock, in particular the fishing stock, right? And that is a report to give us a baseline study of what our, I don't want to fishing, etc., are at present. So therefore, should there be any peril, God forbid, that we can say, oh, this is the damage and it's the long-term damage and those things like that. I know that the minister has said that it is the operator and you're checking, but I would like to ask the minister, if he doesn't think it's advisable at this stage, because it is not only for Exxon, it is for our country worldwide, not only for offshore, but onshore, and all the villages and communities and the coastline, that it is done independently, the baseline study done independently of the operator. They are only concerned about where their operations are, and that's what it's covered. It should be a countrywide, independent fishing stock baseline study, not limited to where the operator, who's Exxon, is operating.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I advise that EPA is currently conducting a study of that nature, but it's countrywide. It's countrywide and it's under the EPA permit before we can actually issue a production license.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsey.
Mr. Common Chair, just a follow-up question from Mr. Patterson. I know that there was this Alison Redford report. Can you say if you have the report or if you can have a copy of that?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I can just, even though it's not part of the budget, I'm willing to give an answer. We have, as I mentioned, we have nothing to hide in the oil and gas sector. When we took government in August of 2020, the Payara license was almost completed by the then administration. However, it was the PEP Civic administration who was going to sign that production license. So His Excellency decided that if we are going to sign a production license, then we should do a review to ensure that we are satisfied, because if not, President will be asking me to sign a document that I have no knowledge of, and that we should look at the conditions and to see how we can improve on them too. So, Mr. Speaker, what we did, instead of going ahead and signing the Payara license as it is in August of 2020, we delayed by a month in order to have a second review of the work done by BFAs, because BFAs was the consultant contracted by the previous administration, and BFAs is still contracted by us even now, to review the FDP for Payara and negotiate also the terms. So what we did was to contract somebody quickly, because in the essence of time, the Payara license was actually supposed to sign since before August 2020, so that the company, the operator, could have made a final investment decision. So we were definitely behind time. So we reached out to a reputable consultant from Canada. The contact was made, of course, through the Canadian High Commission in Guyana. So we didn't just pick somebody out of the thin air, but it was made through the High Commission of Guyana. And that is the very person that the honorable member is speaking of. So we contracted that person to do a quick review of the work that Payara did on the work that BFAs did, sorry, on the Payara license. So to ask for a report from that person is the license. The recommendations, if any, the addition or the changes made, it is contained in the Payara license. So I would say to the honorable member that the Payara license is the report. If you want a report from the consultant, then we have BFA's report, because BFA's was the original consultant for the Payara license. So the recommendation made by the third party consultant is considered contained in the license. So the Payara license, which is public, it is on the ministry's website. I can point the honorable member to that license. So the information is contained there. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Amanzo Walton, this year.
Mr. Speaker, I have a follow-up. I'm having some trouble understanding. Is there or is there not a report? Because, I mean, I understand how these things work, and I'm sure that somewhere there is, whether it be in the form of a memo, correspondence, where this individual would have said, these are my recommendations. Because she would have had to have had a deliverable to be paid against. So my question to the minister is, where is that memo, document, whatever it is, in which she would have indicated that these are my recommendations? Because I do not believe that you could be saying to this honorable house that she more or less prepared that license. So I'm very, very sure that there's that document somewhere. And what we want to know is where it is, and if this house could be given a copy of that document.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the position remains the same. The license is the report. The license was signed between the government of Guyana and EPGL, and it's public.
I have a follow-up, Mr. Speaker, so that if I, as a
Honourable
member
member.
of the National Assembly, were to say that Ms. Redford would have prepared that license, would I be factually correct in saying that?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, as I mentioned before, the field development plan was reviewed by BFAs, a license was prepared. The consultant in question was asked to review the license and to make recommendation, of which it is contained in the license. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 264 Petroleum Management Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us thank the Honorable Minister and the staff for taking us through that agency. Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, let us now invite the Honorable Minister of Public Works, the Honorable Bishop Juan Edgehill, and his team to join us to take us through his agency, Agency 31. Minister, you want to use the other desk? Allow this one to try. Thank you. Honorable members, can we turn to pages 172 and 173? I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Service, Program, Public Works, sorry, Ministry of Public Works, Program 311, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I turn the honorable member attention to line item 6272, electricity charges. I recognize we had a revised amount of 32 million in 2022, and I recognize we have an increase by some 23 million and change. Can the honorable member explain to the people of Guyana and to the National Assembly what would have caused this increase? Because we heard yesterday from the Honorable Prime Minister that, fuel will not increase. So therefore, we ought not to see an increase in electricity charges. So can the honorable member, Mr. Chairman, explain to the House the reason for the 23 million plus increase?
Honorable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the honorable member for the question. Mr. Chair, just to indicate that this amount will be required because the Ministry of Public Works have rehabilitated and have made habitable and usable 10 additional buildings that were not previously in use. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much to the honorable member. Can I turn our attention to 6281, security services? I recognize we have a vast increase from 187 to 225 million. Can the honorable member explain to the National Assembly, one, who is providing security services and which locations are benefiting from such services and why the increase. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are considering budget 2023, and we are asking that monies be appropriated for security. It simply means that we intend to go to the procurement process to be able to have in place a security firm to execute this contract. So I can't name the firm that will be utilizing this money. If they'd like to know the firm who was there for 2022, it's a different matter. Secondly, sir, you'll recall that we came to this house for a supplementary provision because of the increase of rates, one being that the government did increase the minimum wage rates, and that was a supplementary that was passed across the board for all sectors as it relates to security. So this number takes into account the new minimum wage and an extrapolation of the figures as going out for tender. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Chair. A follow-up to the very line item. Can the honorable member explain to us here whether, I understand that, you know, you'll be tendering and what's not for these services, but can the House be advised whether the services of security is done annually or biannually?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we come to this house for appropriations on a yearly basis, and I'm aware that it is no knowledge that government don't go into credit. We ask for money for an annual contract.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ferguson. Honorable Patterson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am going to 6321. We in there, so you know. We in there so tall. 6321, which is subsidies, sir, and I start off with Barbies Bridge. Right, sir, the 166 million previously represented 10% of the cost. Can the minister confirm that this is still the case?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the subsidy for tolls at the Barbies Bridge remains the same.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Patterson. Is the minister, so it remains the same, so is the minister contemplating, as the ministry contemplating, asking on behalf of the people of Burton 5 and 6 for increased subsidy to this toll?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Public Works have requested a subsidy that has been appropriated here. We're asking the House to approve this subsidy. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank
Honorable
you.
Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, nothing for the Barbicians on the bridge toll. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, can I ask the honorable member the status of the negotiations and discussions that they're having on the Barbies Bridge? And can I remind him, sir, if you permit me, the quote from the Hansard last year, and this is 6321, sir. And this is the Honorable Minister, Bishop Edghill. As a responsible government, I just said that we're engaging the Burbridge Company. The cabinet is discussing the matter. Based upon the discussions that we're having with the Burbridge Bridge Company, the Honorable Attorney General is involved in the matter. I would have to say at the appropriate time, started last year, come to the National Assembly and tell the people of Guyana what the future is. Can I ask the honorable member, what is the future for the Burbridge Bridge in the government?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, to answer the honorable member, we must remind ourselves that it was the honorable member, while he was the Minister of Public Infrastructure, compulsory acquired the Burbridge Bridge, bringing a private sector investment under the control of the state. When we came to government, sir, because we are a government that understands that the private sector is the engine of growth, it must not be strangulated. Their investment must not be placed in jeopardy, and that we must send the right signals to all private investors coming to Guyana where private-public partnerships are concerned. We indicated by way of instructions to the Attorney General that we wish to discontinue those proceedings where the Burbridge Bridge will be an asset of the state, and that it should go back to its private-public partnership agreement. Those actions have engaged the offices of the Attorney General of this country and the Burbridge Bridge Company. There were matters in the High Court that were filed, matters for discontinuance, and the rest of it had to be indicated and signed. And sir, that's a matter that I believe that if it comes in the form of a proper question on the order paper, we can provide all of the details to the honorable member to bring this house up to date on this particular matter. But the clear policy direction of the government is that the Burbridge Bridge Company should remain a private company, and we will want to ensure that it stays like that. Thank you.
Sir. Minister. Honorable Member Patterson.
Mr. Chairman, I really don't know what the honorable minister is speaking about. This matter went to the CCJ, the apex and the final court. It went to the CCJ, the apex and the final, and they ruled, sir, they ruled. Sir, I was a named party, and they ruled in my favor, if I can be so not money. So can I, and I thank the minister for enlightening the people of Burbridge that they very shortly will be discontinuing the order which caps the toll for the Burbridge Bridge. I'm sure they're eagerly, Mr. Speaker, on the same line item, Transport and Harbors Department. Sir, there is $563.964 million allocated, sir. So that's the exact same amount that was exact same amount that was budgeted for in 2022. So there was a revised thing. But the honorable minister, there was a revised in 2022, the actual number. So the honorable minister waxed lyrically that they're bringing in a new boat for the Northwest. They're buying tugs. How come, sir, can I ask the honorable minister, these vessels were not available in 2022? Where has he budgeted for these vessels to come? Or does he does not anticipate them to be here in 2023, sir?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank the honorable member for the question. The Transport and Harbors Department provides a service to the people of this country and has always done so. the monies that have been appropriated year after year, which the honorable member is fully aware, has always been a subsidy for the cost of fuel. It has always been a subsidy for the cost of fuel. The honorable member made mention that I wax lyrically, which means he admired my speaking ability, in explaining to this House that because the Transport and Harbors Department receives a substantial subsidy from the state for fuel, myself and my colleague who serves with me in the ministry, Minister Indar, has paid specific attention to the utilization and management of fuel of our vessels. And even though our boats have made more trips in 2022, we have burned less fuel. A magic that we're still trying to ascertain. So all that we're asking for here, sir, is to continue the fuel subsidy. And I could give you the assurance with policy direction from myself and my colleague, the board of the Transport and Harbors Department and the management, we intend to ensure that whatever subsidy we receive from the state is properly utilized, and we tighten up on the management and controls that exist at that department. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Just to follow up,
Honorable Patterson.
just to follow up, Mr. Chair, is the Honorable Minister confirming, and I like this, the Honorable Minister confirming, sir, that the new vessels that he waxed lyrically about, the fuel for them, which they will come on transport, has been included in this allocation for any new vessels coming on stream.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the new vessel that is expected to come on stream would be the MV Malaysia, which is en route to Guyana. It has left Port Calcutta and it's coming to Guyana. That boat will service the Georgetown Region 1 route, making stops at Mabaruma, Marawana, Port Kaituma. And that will replace the MV Barima and the MV Kimbia that presently traverse those routes. This boat is supposed to provide some amount of fuel efficiency. We'll have to look, because both the MV Barima and the MV Kimbia have been recently dry docked and refurbished. Perhaps we will look at introducing other routes or replacing some of the routes that used to be in place before, with the development of that is taking place in agriculture down the Berbice River. It has been a long call for people of the Berbice River to have a vessel go down. The minister is building a wharf and a stelling down that river. But as it is right now, what we're asking for is what we envisage would be utilized, because this is not paying for all the fuel that the boats use. This is just a subsidy. And if there is need to be, we will come back candidly to the House to say with additional routes and what is happening, what will be required, sir. So thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I turn our attention to line item 6302, training including scholarship. Honorable Member, I notice we have a reduction for 2023. Can you advise reason for the reduction as one, what the training entails, and who are the likely beneficiaries for the training and the areas for the training? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank the honorable member for the question. This This is basically staff development, training, and what we envisage, it will be undertaken there is a business and marketing management, business management and foundation in accountancy. And what we're asking for is what we envisage would cost.
Thank you, Minister.
It's a difference of 200,000.
Honourable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for Program 311, Policy Development and Administration. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, please turn to page 506. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 311, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honourable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir. Government buildings. Once again, my apologies for the. Can the Honorable Minister inform the House, one, the location of these offices, the value of the contracts awarded, name of the contractors and amounts paid? Contractors, not the individuals.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, we're talking here about the 2023 budgetary allocations. I don't know how I could name a contractor for a project that is going out to procurement. But as it relates to the new office complex, which I spoke about in my budget speech, this project was advertised publicly starting on July 31st, 2022. The deadline for submissions was September 30th, 2022. This contract was awarded December 30th, 2022. There were 4 companies that submitted bids, and there were 3 companies that passed the technical qualifications, and this contract was awarded to Caribbean Green Building, Inc. And the contract sum is $15,874,143,300.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Patterson.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify something for me, sir. These are ongoing rollover projects, which means that even though they were awarded in 2022, the monies allocated in 2023 are there for their payments, sir. So there's nothing wrong or inappropriate for me to ask, who are the contractors who will be paid in 2023 and the amounts allocated for them, sir? So can I repeat my question to the Minister? The values of the contracts, the contractors, because they will be paid out to this disbursement, the amount paid. And sir, I asked the location of these office complex.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there are going to be 2 buildings along with the office complex that I just spoke about, giving every minute detail to the honorable member in this House. The other 2 buildings would be one at Calderton and one at Wakenaam. The contracts have not been awarded. We are seeking the money in the 2023 budget, just like we are asking for the monies to continue what was started on the 2022 budget for this office. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I'm seeking your assistance. You're a long-standing member here. Sir, government buildings under policy development administration, a sum expended in 2022, sir, here, it's $2.654 billion. 2023, we had budgeted $4.045 billion. Sir, I'm simply asking, and when the Honorable Minister spoke during his budget speech, you could recall, he did say that they awarded contracts for these office complexes. And you can record it. I'm simply asking, what's the location, sir? At least let's start there. What is the location of the new office complex?
Honorable Minister, fair question.
Thank you, sir. For the avoidance of doubt, sir, the sums quoted by the honorable member, $2.5+ billion, was paid to the contractor, Caribbean Green Building, Inc., as the mobilization advance for the office towers. The location of this office complex is, if you travel the Mandela Eccles Interlink Road, which is what is the gazetted name of the road, on the left-hand side in the Houston plot, that's where these buildings will be.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Patterson.
Follow up, sir, if you don't mind, if you permit me. Sir, this exact same question was asked last year, and I hope I could stimulate your memory. Last year, and I quote from page 67 of the Hansard. Sir, and this is it. We're improving that facility, which is, I'm starting. We used and we budgeted 30 million, this was last year, to the College Inn for a fence, guard hut, living quarters, and the construction of office complexes at $2 billion. So the intent, and this is where you can recall, we're talking to the architects and we will utilize plots of land within the vicinity where the office is now being held rather than spreading out. We will go up and free up space for other activities that will take place in that area. It will be the vicinity of the present officer, sir. And you had a follow-up question on the parking and those things like that. Mr. Speaker, last year, the honorable member came for $2.6 billion under this head, sir. And he said, sir, the designs and those things are finished. This year, we're now going to Eccles. So the question is, sir, and I have follow-up questions. What and when necessitated, because this, sir, was in February of 2022, sir. He went out to tender, what date is it? July, which is 3 months after, in 2022, sir. How and when, sir, necessitated this change for the government building, based on his response to this parliament last year?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I must admit that I have some confusion trying to understand what the gentleman is inquiring. So if you could guide me. But for full disclosure to this House, the government of Guyana went out for a design build office complex. We went out for a design build office complex. And if the honorable member is the shadow of this sector, at minimum, he should be following the advertisements and the rest of it that is taking place, at minimum. The intent of us with these office complexes is a consolidating of government facilities into one location for greater efficiency and to be able to improve on the delivery of service. Our ministry and its agencies are scattered into several buildings in different locations. The intent, based upon what we are looking at, these office complexes should be able to accommodate about 6,000 persons. As it relates to Coldingen, where the honorable member is inquiring about, I think every Guyanese who traverse Lemaha embankment will see the transformation that is taking place there. That we are moving that corridor from a graveyard of old excavators, junk, old trucks, and the rest of it. And we are bringing it as a part of the beautification of our urban rehabilitation and renewal program. The Special Projects Unit, which I heard the honorable member said he started, but I guess Minister Ben and others who were there before would indicate to him that if you do an affidavit and change the name of Force Account to Special Projects, it's the same child we're talking about. The Force Account Unit was always, the Force Account was always there. And what we would have done is that we have moved the Force Account operation to Coldingen. And we are completing that by ensuring it is adequately housed, our machines and trucks and so on that we are purchasing, and equipment for the maintenance and servicing. I don't think any Guyanese would want to know that you're using prime government land for mechanical work and the rest of it. We have land at Coldingen, we're doing the repairs, the maintenance there, and we're rehabilitating that whole corridor. And I would like to remind the honorable member, with Guyana going towards being a tourist destination, part of the vision of Lemaha Street, where the old train station was located, and my colleague, Minister Indar, has been taking the lead in carrying out the execution of that project. We intend for it, apart from being a safe space for children and family, we intend to put in place an art gallery. We intend to be able to allow and facilitate local food so that the people from the prime hotels could come down there and have breakfast in the morning. The people from the ministries nearby could go and get a good Guyanese lunch. And we are rehabilitating and putting that at a prime tourist spot. The intent is that the old train and the engine that is there is going to be rehabilitated so that people will be able to go and see what the train used to look like. We're not changing the outlook nor the structures. We're keeping it in its old form, but we're renewing it, rehabilitating it, and putting it into use so that the Guyana can benefit and that we could have a better looking environment in that area. So that will help the honorable member and all members of this house. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Sir, did I hear you say excellent, sir? Because you never answered the question. But, sir,
Honorable Patterson, you have the
floor. Mr. Chair, can I once again quote, because obviously, sir, that when you come to this house, sir, and we can't use the word mislead, right? But we will hope that out of the answers we get can guide the country and the nation going forward. So can I have the opportunity once again? Because he waxed lyrically about the boats and trains and those things like that. Let me quote the Honorable Minister in February, sir, of 2022. And sir, we are doing geotechnical studies. This is when we ask the same question. Then we have to do the designs. We have to get the supervisory services and ultimately the advance payment for the civil. Can I ask the honorable member, sir, what was the, can he provide us with the details of the geotechnical study and those things like that? That he was designing, sir, as you remember and recall correctly, he was going up. He wanted to get closer to the Lord, so he was going up.
Before I invite the Honorable Minister to respond, I said excellent because I think Guyana was the first railway in South America ever built, starting with that location. And the history behind the terminal itself is amazing. Honorable Minister,
Mr. Chairman, if the honorable member would like to get information on the geotechnical studies that were done for these 12-story towers that are going to be built, because they are 12 stories high, and the geotechnical studies were done, here's another way in which he could get it and coming at the Committee of Supply to ask this. But just to let him know, in that very same vicinity, to put everybody at ease, there will be a hospital, there will be a hotel, and there are other developments that are taking place in that very same area. And the geotechnical studies were all done. So, thank you.
thank you, Minister. Honorable Patterson.
Moving on, sir, because obviously, I mean, time. So we do have extra time in this ministry. We did a lot of time savings. I assured my colleagues do that. At least an hour and a half extra. The lands echoes if it goes along there, sir. How has the lands been acquired by the Ministry of Public Works? From whom? How much? And what legal instruments, sir, are there in place, right, for the land which the Ministry of Public Works are now occupying?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, unlike what my colleague would have experienced when he was part of a cabinet, where lands were given to individuals and then flipped to others for development
Thank
purposes.
you. Improve.
This
Honorable Minister, the word you just used is a beep.
is
For
a
me.
beep. I withdraw the word flip, sir.
Thank you.
This is a government project. This is for the development of the state of Guyana, and the acquisitions of the land will be through the competent authority under whose portfolio those lands fall, the Lands and Surveyors, in conjunction with the Ministry of Housing and Water, and His Excellency the President, has always been in the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, is the sole person who can give government lands. And this is government lands for government building. This is not private lands we are buying from anybody. This land was not passed on to any private individual that the government is buying back from. This is a straight government transaction. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Patterson.
So the Honorable Ministers confirmed that there's no transaction in place. Thank you very much for that confirmation, sir. There's no, anyway. Sir, in 2022, this was an ongoing project, sir. Well thought out, of course, and the Honorable Minister took his time out, sir, to say it out. It is an ongoing project, and it's in 2022, sir, we budgeted 10.254 billion, of which last year we expended 2.6 of the 10.2. Sir, if you look at the capital profile, once again for the same building, sir, it has now risen to 15.5 billion, sir. It's not a 5.5 billion for this government building, sir. Same description, exact same as last year, sir. Can the Honorable Minister explain? I know he can't, but can he give us an explanation, sir? From July 2022, sir, to January of 2023, sir, the $5.5 billion increase in the overall project, the total project cost, sir. And what occurred to this increase?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I was really trying to check to see exactly what the member is inquiring about, because he didn't even quote the line item, but I believe it's the same line item on government buildings we run there. So I'm answering as it relates to that. The honorable member, a former minister of government, fully knows that you could have a project proposed cost, you go out to public bid, bids are evaluated, and the final cost may differ from the original projected cost. So I really don't understand what we are getting at. But what I can tell you is that I have been advised, based upon all that we would have seen, I have been based upon all we would have seen in terms of the project that we have signed on to, what we are getting is a superior product. I just told this National Assembly, this facility will be able to house about 6,000 staff. It would have parking for close to 1,000 vehicles. It would have a conference center that could accommodate 1,500. It would have backup facilities that could, with power for up to 7 days, and many, many other facilities that go along with this. So I don't know what the honorable member is talking about, sir. So thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Minister.
Chair,
Mr. Patterson,
Mr.
Honorable
Chair,
Member.
wouldn't even indulge the minister. I would like to say to this assembly, when you put up a project proposal to the Ministry of Finance, you have a full project development document, sir, which highlights what is your proposed project. That was done in 2022. What we have here, sir, in 2022, the minister, sir, looked within his crystal ball and it was 10.524 billion, ongoing project. And in 2022 was the planned duration was January 2022 to December 2024, sir. A year after, and that's the question I'm asking the minister, a year after, that same project that he designed and conceptualized in 2022 has now risen overall to $15.5 billion. And he is now saying that that is because of the tenders that he received. I'm asking the honorable minister, if you actually did some work in 2022, what has occasioned the rise? $5.5 billion, $25 million US dollars. Is he saying that how he was so wrong, far off by $25 million US dollars in 2022?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I often wonder why every time something major is about to happen, we have to see a jumbie behind every bush. It is a recurring decimal in this parliament. Every time something good is about to happen, we have a jumbie behind the bush. Mr. Speaker, I will take time to give you the scope of this project and put it on the record of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, we had an idea of an office complex that we were looking at. And we made certain projections. We went out for a design build project. In that design build project, the various bidders were allowed to submit a design and pricing. This product that we have signed on to was considered by the evaluators as the superior of the bids that came in. And what we are getting here, sir, is far beyond what the ministry had envisaged. There's an expanded scope, and we're getting more. And this is something that the people of Ghana should be very proud of, sir.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, the minister said how there's one contract. Caribbean Green something company for 15 point something million dollars, sir. That is $4 billion. This, sir, is $15 billion. He is now coming and tell this assembly, based on the design, he is based on, I'm seeking clarification with the people in the country, sir. Right. Sir, I am asking the minister. He's just said based on the submission he got, they've increased it by their budget by 5.5 billion. Did I not hear that correctly? But he's only announced one contract, sir, $50 million. That's what I was asking. So I'm occasionally, if the minister could be very, very specific.
Honorable Minister, I'll take this as the final question here.
Mr. Chair, I did indicate that we went out for a design build facility. We received 3 submissions, and I would like to tell the House that this contract that we have entered into went to the lowest responsive bidder. The others had higher prices. And I'm saying even though it is over 10 billion than what we would have anticipated, we're getting a superior product. We're getting more. The design entitled us to have more. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. May I, on the same line item, sir, government buildings. Last year, we had a budgeted amount of $2.6 billion. And when the honorable member was asked to provide a disaggregation of the government buildings, the information in the answer on page 65 is very clear. Is it that I heard, because the final response, he said, and construction of office complexes with $2.6 billion, right? Prior to that, he gave a disaggregated sum of what, like for kitchen, the building at Caldergen and all manner of things. Earlier, in response to a question asked by my colleague, Honorable David Patterson, when he was asked the cost for the project, the Honorable Minister responded, if my memory serves me accurate, that the cost is $2.5 billion was paid. But if you're to add, sir, the 2.5 with 3 million, with 15 million, 30 million, you go way above the $2.6 billion that was actually approved by the National Assembly last year. The question I need to ask the Honorable Minister, how much money was paid to the Green something construction company that was awarded the contract last year? So can he provide Caribbean Green? If he can provide the amount paid to the company last year. Thank you. And you know, the honorable, before I yield to my seat, Comrade Chair, the honorable member mentioned that the building will be constructed along the Eccles carriageway. But when you pass there, you're not seeing a depiction of what the complexes would look like or anything. What you're seeing is a depiction of what the hospital would look like and what the hotel would look like. So I would love to see the depiction of what this complex would look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I came to the National Assembly last year and I asked that the honorable members of this House appropriate $2,654,000,000 for government buildings. As of the 31st of December 2022, $2.6 billion was paid as the mobilization advance for the building of the office complex that the Honorable Member Patterson was asking questions about. And the $54 million that remained was spent on works that were done at Caldergen, New Market Street, Ichibar Villas, West Demerara, where we have other smaller projects where we had to do work on government buildings. 54 million and 2.6 went as mobilization advance. I think this is enough to put this matter to rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I did take the request of the honorable member about the billboard depicting the building, and I will have a discussion with my project engineers and the contractor that we should get it up as soon as possible, because I guess many, apart from the honorable member Ferguson, a lot of others may want to see what is being put up, and it's a fair request.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works Program 311, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, the Business Subcommittee had looked at the allocation of time. And we had said that if there is time savings from one head, we will carry it over to the next head, which is a system that has happened for a long time. I just want to bring our attention to the timekeeping. Now, for all the heads yesterday, they would have totaled 740 minutes. Yesterday, we actually spent, as some people say, this very biased speakers, spent 798 minutes. We allowed 58 minutes more for yesterday. Today, right, we started well. We only went 3 minutes over the time allocated the prior lunch period. So yours truly will be invoking the time limit set by the Business Subcommittee, and all of us agreed to in the Assembly. So we now continue on.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I just bring to you, I thought that the Business Subcommittee said that if we exceed our time on any particular agency, we will lose it. You can lose it because we're taking the time as a block on block.
No, we had it on block
For the day.
Hold on 1 second, Honorable Member. We had on block for the constitutional agencies. Yes. Thank you very much.
Sir, just for clarification, we said, it was my impression that if we allocated 780 minutes for day number 2, can I, sir, 740 minutes for day number 2, right? We have that, sir. If we exceed it on one agency, at the end of the 742nd minute, at the end of the day, we will put, as we agreed, we will put what the outstanding immediately. That, sir, was the understanding of the opposition.
Well, honorable member, I don't know about the understanding of one person or a group of persons, but I know what the principle is if you have savings on a head, that is carried over to the next head. And so in order In order for us to deal with the constitutional agency to accommodate, we had a special dispensation for that block. After it will revert. If there is savings, then the saving in time goes to annex because it's unfair for us to usurp the time allocated for a particular agency by over examining or, as one speaker said one time, badgering, right, questions. So I will stick to the principle that I know and which has always been in the books. If there is savings, and the clerk is here, if there is savings, we can allocate that to the next head and so forth. Not that we can go over our time and deduct from the next head. Okay, so let's continue. We will, noting that, we will try to pull ourselves back on track, and I will allow the complete examination of the Ministry of Public Works, and then we will proceed as I understand it. Honorable members, let's turn to pages 174 and 175. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 312, Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates.
Sir, Mr. Chair,
Honorable Patterson.
612, 613, sir. We see a reductions, and as opposed to always, sir, I'd ask the Honorable Minister to give us a designation of the technical and the staff that has departed the ministry in 2023.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I hear 612 and 613. Okay, I was just checking for those line items.
Sir, and Mr. Chair, and to save time, sir, the contracted employees has similar reduction. I'd ask him to lay that over so we could speed up. Sir, but just the oral response for 6113, 611.
Honorable Minister.
6112, which speaks to senior technical, and 6113, which deals with other technical and craft skills. The question is, he wants to know who departed. So at 6112, we had 4 persons, and at 6113, we had 3 persons. These were electrical technicians and other staff. And this also had a situation that you will recall the 2018 policy is that everybody should have gone on the establishment. And a number of people watched their colleagues as contracted employees who were getting gratuity every 6 months, and they were not. So a number of these persons actually resigned their positions to benefit from contracted positions, because the policy of the PPPC's administration is that employees can be both on the establishment and or contracted workers.
Thank you, sir. But we have, similarly, if you're saying that you would have seen a similar increase in contracted employees, sir. 43 persons left the ministry in 2023, sir. But I've asked if he's willing to lay over the position of the person that departed, as opposed to those retained.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are you prepared, Honorable Minister, to lay over?
So,
Lay over.
yes, that's not a difficulty. I'll ensure my PS have the necessary documents. But just to let you know, people, when they're looking after their financial welfare, time when they will resign, these people resigned at the end of December, so they could have their full year and then they intend to transition into the new contractual arrangement. But we can lay that over.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 312, Public Works. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please let us turn to pages 506 and 507. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 312 Public Works, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates.
Mr.
Honorable
Chair,
member, Mr. Patterson.
sir, I go swiftly to Demerara River Crossing, sir. Looking at the project profile. Sir, the Honorable Minister stated the percentage of work completed, if any, because we paid 22 billion last year. If this sum budgeted for 2023 includes anything for land acquisition costs, can the Honorable Minister ask, sir, it's in the thing of time, has the contractor submitted any geotechnical or any design reports? If so, has these been approved? Has the commencement order for the project been issued? And if so, on what date? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I did not hear a line item, but I suppose that he's referring to Project Code 1101-200.
Demerara River Bridge
New
Crossing.
Demerara River. Thank the honorable member for the question, sir. Sir, you would recall that this contract for this bridge was signed on the 25th of May, 2022. I would also like to indicate that we have just recently received in country the supervisory firm that will be supervising this design build project. That supervisory firm took effect, I think it's from the 15th of January 2023, and they are in their mobilization stage. I met them last Friday for the first time. The contractor is required to submit all the things that Mr. Patterson, the honorable member, was asking to the supervisory firm so that they can review them and approve them so that we could actually have approvals for the construction. The minister would not approve designs, geotechnical, and other technical things. We have asked that a supervisory firm, which we went out publicly advertised for supervision of this project. Polytechnical, sorry. Polytechnical out of Italy won this bid, and they're now the supervisory firm in place. Just last Friday, an engagement was held with the contractor and the supervisory firm and my project team, and we will be able to keep the nation updated in another couple of weeks, various stages of where the bridge will be. As it relates to land acquisition, the Ministry of Housing has successfully, and I would like to say successfully, negotiated, and handled all of the properties that are in the path of the bridge. And we have no resistance from anyone not wanting to move. So I would like to report that to the House.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Mr. Patterson.
Sir, I asked if the commencement order for the project has been issued and what date.
Honorable Minister.
Sir, I'm advised that the actual commencement order, which is a letter officially to begin, has not been issued because they are tidying up arrangements between the supervisory firm and the contractor.
Thank you, Minister.
Can the
Honorable
minister,
Patterson.
can the minister confirm to the nation that without the commencement order being issued, that the project officially wouldn't start, so the time frame that the government has been giving the people of the country has not started as yet?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Member Patterson and all other members of this House who traverse that corridor would see that the civil works contractor has been mobilized. The site office is already established. It has been in the media, site clearing that has been done, preliminary work. But when we're talking about here, the civil works construction, which deals with the technical details, we had to get in place the supervisory firm to sign off on those things before we could issue the commencement order. But the mobilization of staff, the last word I had, they're in excess of 35 technical staff from the contractor from China that is already in country. There are a number of Guyanese who have already been hired. The issues of the alignment and where the bridge is going has already been clarified. The surveys, levels, and everything that needed to be done that would have necessitated the Ministry of Housing engaging people for relocation, all of that has been done. Now that we have in place the competent, properly put in place supervisory firm, Polytechnica, those other issues of actual construction. But I would like to assure the House, the clear instructions that I have, the clear instructions that I have given to the contractor and to the supervisory firm is the contract states 24 months from the time of commencement of this contract. And we are holding the contractor and the consultant to those timelines.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Patterson.
Sir, I go straight on to East Bank, East Coast Road. For the honorable members, 1403800. Can I ask the honorable minister, sir? The project is now risen to 22.783 billion. The government of Guyana is now be putting in $12 billion. The loan from the Indian Bank is 10.4, remains at 10.4 billion. Previously, the government of Guyana would have only been required to pay $365 million, sir. So we're funding 65%, 55% of this project. Can I ask the honorable minister, since the 55% being the larger among $12 billion, why is it, sir, that the project was not disaggregated and allowed local contractors to bid for the $12 billion which are being funded by the government of Guyana, as opposed, sir, as opposed to allowing companies from India who are only funding 45 billion to do the entire project.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I must admit to you that I'm extremely baffled by this question coming from the Honorable Minister. For the simple reason that this was a project that was in the pipeline as of May 2015 when the APNU AFC took office. And they did nothing for 5 years. Nothing for 5 years. We came back into government in August of 2020. And one of the first projects that was resuscitated because of its importance was this East Bank, East Coast Link Road. $50 million was available to the government of Guyana based upon a line of credit that was negotiated since 2014. It is in that same line of credit, sir, that $18 million was also available for the ferry for the Northwest District, of which nothing was done as well. This National Assembly would be pleased to know, sir, that because of the interventions that were made, we have the ferry that is coming in less than the 18 million. And this road that we're now undertaking, this went out to bidding, public bidding. It is being financed by the India Exim Bank. And the lowest responsive bid came in at 106,383,954.92, which was above the money that was available at the line of credit. But that's not a surprise, because if you have a line of credit with figures of 2014 and you're issuing a contract in 2020, the cost of materials, the cost of labor, with all that would have happened in the world, prices would have changed. So the government of Guyana, we are funding 54.24% of the contract. And India, through the Indian Exim Bank, is funding 45.76% of the contract. The question that the honorable member is asking is not if the Indian government will give subcontractors from Guyana work. He is asking why Guyana don't give India 45.76% of the work, and the 54.24% must go to Guyanese contract. It's the same road, the same culvert, the same bridges, and everything. I don't know what we're asking for. Somebody got to be responsible for the executing of the contract. And in the executing of this contract, it is a bilateral arrangement through the line of credit with the government of India. We have an Indian contractor which has been properly mobilized. The contract has been signed since the 24th June 2022. The actual commencement date of work was the 7th of October 2022. The contract period is 24 months. And we are building a number of culverts and structures to facilitate this road. The Indian contractor, and we have said that to them, they can and should engage Guyanese subcontractors. But of course, in the engagement of those subcontractors, it is the contractor that will be held accountable for the delivery of this road at a particular price in a particular time frame. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank
Honorable
you.
Patterson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I mean, you waxed lyrically, never explained it, but time is going. Miscellaneous roads, sir.
You have quite a bit of time.
Sir,
The savings on the previous head was 40 minutes.
thank you very much, sir. So I can slow down. Sir, so I go back to, I skipped into infrastructure development, sir. Sir, first and foremost, can the honorable member disaggregate the budgeted sum of 3.65 billion for 2023? Sir, and just confirm before I go and sleep, sir, we have hour and a half plus 40 minutes. Well, I seem to getting things mixed up. Is that correct, sir? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, if you'll permit me, my able and efficient technical staff reminded me that I omitted to tell the House that on the project that the honorable gentleman inquired about, which is the Ogle, Eccles, East Coast, East Bank link, the contract caters for 40% local content. So 40% local content is enshrined in the contract. As it relates to the breakdown for the expenditure, there are 3 areas that payments will be made, and these are all in US dollars. For
Mr. Chair, I had moved on from that.
no,
Are you going back?
Can I finish my answer? The payments, which will be to Ashoka Bilcon, the civil works contractor, from the foreign funded, 4.6 billion. From the local monies, 5.4 billion, which would just give us just over 10 billion. I'm trying to go to the nearest number. For the supervisory consultancy, which is going to Rights. Rights is the supervisory consultant. Yes, Rights. 224 million, and that will be paid from local monies. Project management, $15 million. A total of $10,290 million. That's the breakdown.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Patterson.
Mr. Chair, as you said ahead of time, I'd moved on to infrastructure development, which is, and he's answered the question, a previous question, sir. So the infrastructure development disaggregation is still outstanding. Thank you.
The disaggregation of that particular line.
1,214,900.
Just one moment, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, sir. So we have for infrastructural development a total of $3,655,000,000. $1,138,724,000 will be used to pay projects that have been rolled over. As it relates to new programs, which includes installation of highway lights on the UG Access Road, 13.5 billion. Construction of access road into Diamond Housing Scheme, 80 million. Construction of pedestrian sidewalk on West Bank Demerara, which is at Lagrange, 104 million. Construction of pedestrian sidewalk along Monrepo Access Road, 33 million. Construction of pedestrian sidewalk along LBI Access Road, 33 million. Construction of pedestrian sidewalk at Tushin Access Road, West Coast Demerara, 88 million. Construction of pedestrian walkway along Maikoni Branch Road, 22 million. Geometric upgrade and enhancement of a section of Diamond Access Road, 400 million. Geometrical improvements to Providence Main Access Road, 400 million. Construction of pedestrian sidewalks at Suddy, 44 million. As it relates to the urban enhancement, construction of pedestrian sidewalks along Main Street, that's New Amsterdam. Geometric improvement of St. and Regent Street. Construction of pedestrian sidewalk along the Brigham, Phase 1. Geometric upgrade of Aubrey Barker Road, Phase 1. Enhancement of avenues in Georgetown, Carmichael Street, Middle Street to Church Street. Enhancement of avenues East Street, Middle Street to Church Street. Geometric upgrade and enhancement of Camp Street, Lemaha to Church Street. Geometric upgrade and enhancement of Vincentian Road and Irving Street, Lamaha to Homestretch Avenue. Those are some of the items that we are listed here that will come up to 2.516 billion with a rollover of 1.138 billion, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Patterson.
I would be grateful if the Honorable Minister lay over that document on completion, sir.
It's in the hand, sir.
Mr. Speaker, 1404100. Miscellaneous roads, sir. Sir, can I ask the Minister specifically, sir, what is the rollover amount for included in this and the retention amount? That's a very specific question, sir.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you will be reminded that we came to this House for a supplementary, and I told the House that the Ministry of Public Works, in collaboration with the Ministry of Housing and Water and the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, will be undertaking a number of projects across the country. I'm happy to report to you, sir, that in excess of 700 contracts were signed, which will see the rehabilitation of close to 1,085 roads. And the rollover amount to continue those works are $14,785 million. We have an additional 2.7 billion, which would cater for retention and other amounts on ongoing projects. For new works for 2023, we have an allocated sum of almost 14.5 billion, $14.463 billion for new works in this year's budget. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member on the very line item. Since he provided this aggregation of the 31.9 billion, he said that the remaining 14.5 billion will go towards new works. So can the honorable member share with this National Assembly or lay over to the National Assembly the works which will complement the 14.5 billion.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, we have 14.5 or 40.463 to be exact, $1 billion for new works in 2023. At this current stage, as I stand here for budget 2023, there's an exercise that is continuing and ongoing. And it's not just merely mapping on paper, but it is also physical verification. Because you would recall, sir, that we had roads that were done by regions, roads that were done through the Ministry of Agriculture, Farm to Market Access, and there were roads that were also done through the Ministry of Housing and the Ministry of Local Government. So what we are doing is that we are continuing that grand scheme of physical verification. So you don't want to be advertising for a road that is in a program, but it is already done. And it's not just matching information from various entities, but it's physical verification. As soon as that is completed, the honorable member, who I'm sure is a very avid reader, will see all of the lots and roads that are to be fixed, advertised publicly for contractors to bid. And that will continue to be a public process. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Sir, thank you very much.
Honorable
Sir.
Patterson.
Right. So the minister confirmed that half of the work, sir, is from last year. Never mind. Sir, the exact same question for the next one, sir. Urban road. Sir, I only asked for the rollover and the retentions amounts on the urban roads, sir. Yeah, we can do it.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to correct the honorable member with what he just said. A rollover is not as a result of failure to implement. A rollover is as a result of works having to be continued from one year into a next year. That's why it's a rollover. And you could only roll over a project with the permission of the Ministry of Finance. We came to this house in November, and we have said that we would like to have additional monies because there was fiscal space for more monies to be made available for us to continue to bring roads to the people. And we are up in our game. Rather than waiting for March of 2023 to start advertising and implementing projects, we did that since last year, and that is why in the collaborative effort of housing and water, local government and regional development, I just said to this house, we signed 700 plus contracts which will see 1,085 roads awarded and currently being implemented as a result of 2022 allocations, final payments and the rest of it to be paid in a rollover manner from 2023 allocations. As it relates to urban roads, sir, the total rollover from 2022 is 104,131,000. As it relates to new projects for urban roads, is $1,395,869,000. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Patterson. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
So you heard me. Highway improvement, sir.
Highway improvement.
Sir, in the project profile, there has feasibility studies and designs. So where and how much in the project profile I'm on? We're talking highway improvement. Sir, as I said, sir, and sir, where is the feasibility studies, designs, where and how much, sir? And the other projects listed under the project profile, sir, were feasibility studies and designs done to this, sir? And if so, would the honorable member will to lay it over?
Honorable Minister, willing to lay over?
Sir, I asked one, there is listed there feasibility studies and design, where and so forth. And for the remainder, will you lay those over?
Feasibility study and design, and then would you be willing to lay over the rest?
Mr. Chair, this project went out by way of public advertising for a design build project. It was a design build project. We are currently at the concluding stage of the procurement of the supervisory firm which will be supervising this project. So, at the procurement of the civil works, all of the companies provided their designs and their studies and methodology and the rest of it to be evaluated. So the ministry then engaged to design and do studies. It was the contractors who did, and the supervisory firm is now going to ensure quality controls and implementation when they are put in place. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, can I get a confirmation from the minister that the 4-lane road, there are 4 projects listed there: embankment to Orin-Nassau, Belfield to Orin-Nassau, Orin-Nassau to Mahaica, and a bridge once more, sir, over the Hope Canal. As the minister saying to this house that all of these have gone out for tender or will go out in a design supervised manner.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, it was one package. It entails all the structures from Sheriff Street to Orange-Nassau on the railway embankment, including the bridge over the Hope Canal, as well as the upgrade of the road from Belfield on the front to Orange-Nassau. It's one contract that we have gone out for a design and build. I need to also inform you, sir, in the House, that as it relates to the upgrade of the road from Mahaica to Rossignol, $200 million have been allocated in this year's budget for studies to facilitate the upgrade of the road from Mahaica to Rossignol. But the contract for Sheriff Street to Orange-Nassau, with all of the structures and the bridge across the Hope Canal, and the upgrade from Belfield to Orange-Nassau, is what is involved in this design build contract that we awarded.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, we're talking about rehabilitations of public and main access roads, sir. Sir, can I ask, and this, sir, is funded locally for the total project cost of $105.4 billion, of which 33.8 is going to be expended. Can I ask the honorable member, was a study, feasibility study done for this? Right? Sir, will sir, we're looking, sir, and I want these for the record, sir, so we're looking for value for money. Sir, was a feasibility study done for this amount? And if yes, is the minister willing to lay over a copy? Sir. And sir, can he disaggregate, sir, the 33.85 billion as appropriated in 2023?
Minister?
Mr. Chairman, out of this sum of $33 billion, $850 million, $10 billion, 185,216,000 are for rollover projects. And let me tell the House what are the rollover projects. The continuation of the work at Lima Sands in Region 2. Canal number 1, Canal number 2, De Hoop Access Road, Burma Road, Maikoni Branch Road, Les Beholden and Maibikuri Blackbush Polder Roads, Johanna Blackbush Polder, structures, New Amsterdam to Brighton, Region 6, and structures, Brighton to Molson Creek. And let me explain these structures. We are expanding the road from Molson Creek, from Palmyra all the way to Molson Creek. There are 99 structures along that road, and contracts have already been awarded and work has begun for the expansion of all 99 structures. That was done on the 2022 budget, and we have rollover sums to continue that work. We also have to remove the utilities, because, sir, if we're going to talk about the development that will take place at Palmyra, where we have gone out for public interest for an oil refinery, building of a new stadium, putting in a municipal airport, hotel development, housing development, a bridge across the Corentyne River. The current East Berbice main road has become inadequate. It is now being converted into a 4-lane road. We have to move the GWI mains, the electricity and telephone mains, to facilitate the construction of this road. And those are what we went out for and what is being engaged. In terms of the new works for this year, we have $23,664 million, and we'll be spending a substantial sum continuing the work on that 4-lane, Palmyra to Molson Creek. I'm sure all of us are pleased that we are rehabilitating that section of Lamahad Street from Pasinjan Road to Sherry Street, which was practically shifted into the canal. Aubrey Barker Street or Aubrey Barker Road is being moved into a 4-lane road to facilitate the kind of housing development and to provide a link of how you can get straight from south into Commons Lodge all the way through to Ogle. A 4-lane road is going in. So Aubrey Barker Road is being improved. The Conversation Tree Road is being upgraded to a 4-lane road. There will be rehabilitation of High Street, Main Street, and Avenue of the Republic corridor. Burma Road, Myconi is catered for. Sections of D Hoop Road at Mahika. Continuation work at sections of Canal Number 1. The upgrade of Homestretch Avenue, which we're all aware needs some serious attention. Caneview Avenue South. So because now when you come out from the Eccles-Mandela Interlink, which is the concrete road, Caneview Avenue, which used to be a back road, is now becoming a main access road as a turnoff to get access into the city. So we are paying attention to the Caneview access road. And of course, we want to do some further upgrades to Carifesta Avenue as well. A total of $23,664,784,000. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Paris, Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the honorable member, if I'm to turn our attention to project code 161,000 sterlings. And I note in the profile document here, focus the sum of $240 million to be expended on Parika, Rosignol, and New Amsterdam sterlings. Can the honorable member provide a disaggregation of the $240 million? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the intent is that we have budgeted to do about $80 million of work at Parika, 80 million, at New Amsterdam, and 80 million at Rosignol.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members. Aye. Honorable Member Paris.
Sorry, sir. Somebody has indicated they want to speak, so I was giving them the opportunity to have. Sir, we're looking at farm access roads, which is Parika to Macquarie. I mean, obviously I know this well. It was a brainchild of the AP and UAFC, which was a brainchild, and obviously I spoke about it extensively in my budget, and I questioned the minister if he has any similar document to what we have. Of course, we know not, sir. Sir, can the minister disaggregate? No, we didn't build it, but we thought about it. As I said then, sir, there's an organism called parasites that suck from the host. Yes. Can the minister disaggregate, sir, the 3 different projects included in budget 2023?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have 4 projects that will be addressed under this allocation. The Parika to Goshen Macquarie link, we are spending about $274 million. To Mary to Sand Hills, to Macquarie, Bartica, $250 million. IR3 to Abari, $150 million, and Molson Creek to El Dorado, $200 million. Mr. Chair, what we are doing currently with the Perico Goshen Macauray link and the Tamiri Sand Hills Macauray link is that with the allocation that is being made here, which will be just over $500 million on these two, we want to be able to see vehicles being able to get through. Last year, we ensured that the entire alignment was cleared. So if you are a tough jungle or interior driver, you could get there right now because the entire alignment is clear. What we are going to do this year, while we wait to bring it up to its optimum level, is to do additional works so that trucks and other heavy duty carrying vehicles to get produce and get expansion in that area could start moving through. So we'll be spending some money in that region to make these carriageways or these thoroughfares usable. And that's what we're seeking here, along with what will be done at Molson Creek El Dorado, as well as IR3 Abari. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister.
Sir, just doing a time check before I run to my other notes.
Well, if we add on the savings from the previous year, we can go until, according to my clock, 450.
Oh, 20 minutes. Thank you, sir. Sir, I move on to sea and river defense work, sir. And I'd ask, particularly, sir, what is the rollover amount for, and I'm particularly interested for the rollover amount included in this sum and the retention amount included this sum, sir. And not, sir, the new works. I'll come to that if needed.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the rollover amount, and this is the results of works ongoing, 688,578,000. In terms of new works projected for this year under this program, because you will see there is sea and river defense maintenance, which is different to the capital works, 2,811,422,000. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 312, Public Works Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The amount stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, let us turn to pages 176, 177. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 313, Transport, current expenditures, stands part of the estimates. Honourable Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I can turn our attention to line item 6265, other transport, travel, and postage. I note a revised sum of 9.5 for 2022. and we're now seeking a 10 million for 2023. Can the honorable member explain the purpose or reason for the increase? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, it is from this line item that the officers of the ministry receive funding to travel to do monitoring and inspections across the country. And this just merely caters for increased activity, knowing that we will have more capital works and improved monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, the one employee 6116, sir, is no longer there. There's actually no employees under this program. Can the minister say to this National Assembly, sir, having lost almost 50 employees under the public works and other programs, how is this particular short staff, and he already admitted that he's short staff, how will this particular program be administered, sir?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the distinguished and knowledgeable gentleman who worked and was paid under this line item has reached the age of retirement. He has been re-engaged on a month-to-month basis, and he has been paid under a different heading. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 313 Transport current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, can we move to page 507 and 508? And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 313 capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable
Thank you,
Patterson.
Mr. Chair. So following up from my last question, is the honorable member saying that one retiree will be responsible for $1.4 billion of hinterland airstrips in 2023? Is that what he's saying to the country? So are we speaking of hinterland coastal airways? Do you have $1.4 billion there? You said the honorable gentleman who is a retiree paid elsewhere. And that's the question. The one retiree will be looking at $1.4 billion of airstrip and coastal works.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I recall reading somewhere that assumption is the lowest form of wisdom. No, sir. There are engineers from the work services group that are also engaged in these projects that these capital sums are going to be involved in. And I must also indicate to this House, because sometimes the people of Guyana are not fully apprised, the Guyana Defense Force Engineering Battalion is also engaged with the Ministry of Public Works in helping with some of the construction for hinterland airstrip. They are currently doing the extension to Kaichor, and they're also engaged in civil works at Ittering Bank. So there is other personnel from the work services group, as well as there are engineers from the Guyana Defense Force that are also engaged in these projects. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I'm to turn our attention to project code 1601400, Central Transport Planning. I note a provision of 100 million here, and the explanation given is for the provision of consultancy services. But when I go to the project file, it's very vague. So can the honorable member state what consultancy services this provision will cater for? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the consultancy services that are at the procurement stage at this time will allow us to have in place a supervisory firm to oversee the construction of the Kingston Goods Wharf, which is being rehabilitated and reset to facilitate the MV Melissa that is on her way, as well as the new stelling to be built out at Port Kaituma. And there will be continuing engagement for the stelling for Mabaruma, as well as Marijuana. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, with the question of hinterland and coastal airstrips, sir, in the 2020 budget and the 2021 budget, sir, there was provisions for the upgrade of Lethem Airport to international regional airport, sir. Sir, can I ask the Honorable Minister if that project is catered for under this line enter, and if not, sir, has the government abandoned it or is it catered for elsewhere?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the Lethem Aerodrome continues to be a priority for the government of Guyana, especially with us believing that we will become ultimately that link and that air link and hub between South America and the Caribbean, with us attracting the long hauls. The work to be done now at Lethem is the terminal building, the facilities for check-in and immigration and the rest of it. It is not in these sums that have been appropriated. These are directly for airstrips, but we are in engagements with bilateral partners addressing the terminal building and other issues to Lethem.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, project code 160-2000, Civil Aviation Authority. I note here they're seeking a sum of $385 million. And when I look at the project file, the profile explanation, sir, it is to procure software and equipment. Can the honorable member give a brief explanation of what the software and equipment entails, and also provide us with a disaggregation for the software and equipment to be procured? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the honorable member for her question. Traditionally, when we talk about our operations in terms of aviation, we address either flights into the interior or international flights to other destinations. But in Guyana, we have a new reality. We have the Steel City, that is 270 kilometers plus in our EEZ, where we have FPSOs operating Our air navigational services must be able to track what is happening out there. We must see the helicopters when they're landing, enhancing safety and search and rescue. So the allocations that are there, just the two items. It's for CNS ATM equipment replacement, and that is to replace what is at Timiri for a higher category, 260 million, and it's for search and rescue software and hardware. The hardware is SAR Master, 125 million. A total of 385 million, and this is all to enhance efficiency and the capability and the capacity for the Civil Aviation Authority and our air navigational services. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister.
Follow up on the same
Honorable Patterson.
line item, sir. Eugene Correa International Airport, Ogle, sir. The security systems are not working. The baggage handling systems are working. None of the systems that you would expect in international are functioning. Just thus, sir, jeopardizing the entire ratings of Guyana, our category ratings, sir. We are judged not only by Cheddi Jagan Airport. Can the Honorable Minister inform us if under this provision on the Civil Aviation Authority, any provision is included for the upgrade and the maintenance to maintain in light of those services, baggage handling, etc., for the Eugene Correa Airport? If not, sir, where can the government, where can the minister direct us that these important facilities can be found?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the honorable member for the question. But Mr. Chairman, the honorable member asking the question was the gazetted officer 2015 to 2020 that was responsible for this sector. And he ought to be fully aware that the Eugene Correa International Airport, which was renamed under his tenure, is an airport that is in a private-public partnership of where private investors run that airport. The Civil Aviation Authority is the regulator to ensure that standards are met. But for the benefit of the distinguished gentleman asking the question, as it relates to the scanner that is inoperable, we're not sitting on our hands. There is correspondence from the Eugene Correa International Airport to the Cheddi Jagan International Airport, of which this minister would have seen, requesting assistance that available assets that are at Timiri be loaned to them to ensure that our national security and our architecture is adequately maintained. And those discussions for that facilitation is going to be completed shortly. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 313 Transport Capital Expenditure on the Agency 31 Ministry of Public Works stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. And let me thank the Honorable Minister for that.
Mr. Chairman, if you would
Honorable
permit me,
Minister.
if you would permit me, sir, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my permanent secretary and my colleague, Minister Indar, and the heads of the various agencies and departments of the ministry for the fine work they've been doing in managing and keeping us up to date that we could provide adequate answers to the National Assembly on such matters. I would like to say thanks to them very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and on behalf of all of the members of the Assembly and on my own behalf, thank you and your staff for taking us through your agency during the past hour and 2 hours and 2 minutes. And now let us invite the Honorable Minister of Labor, the Honorable Joseph Hamilton, and his team from the Ministry of Labor to join us for his agency. This agency has half an hour and we have 5 minutes from the previous two heads. Thank you very much. We turn now to pages 182 and 183. Sorry, Ministry of Labor. Sorry, I'm at 180 and 181. Sorry, my computer screen jumped a bit here. Thank you, Sherlock. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 38, Ministry of Labor, Program 381, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Tabitha Sarabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll start off with 6116. The contracted workers have reduced by about 11, and I am not seeing that reduction in the numbers. So can the minister please state the designation of those persons? I'm guessing that are no longer with the ministry, and if you intend to find new persons for those particular designations this year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, honorable member. Just to say that these positions are in the administration. Most of the people here, if not all, they have resigned over the period. And what I know is that the personnel has interviewed persons, and we have made recommendations to the public service for the employment to fill the vacancies that you have.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Hali.
Mr. Chair, I requested the designations of those persons.
Honorable Minister.
Okay, one office assistant, one PR, one confidential secretary, a legal officer. In the case of the legal officer, we had just that vacancy has just been filled by the PSM. So one typist clerk, one receptionist, two drivers, and a store clerk.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the Honorable Minister please disaggregate 9 items 6284? There's almost a 500% increase in the amount allotted there between 2022 and 2023.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, honorable member. The breakdown of these activities, advertisement, servicing of our biometric system, fire alarm, the CCTV, Sanitex service, media coverage for the minister, Zoom account. And we have Dr. Yadav, who's a consultant that will be with the ministry for the
next 3 years, helping us to put in place a strategy for the labor ministry and dealing with all the issues as regards labor force survey and all the statistics that surround that matter. And the creation of the Ministry of Labor website, basically upgrading that facility.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, would the Honorable Minister be willing to lay over if it's possible, the terms of reference for that particular consultant?
Honorable Minister.
One, I would say that I would have no difficulty laying over, but first I would have to consult on that matter.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the same between 6111 and 6117, in terms of the staff for this particular program, when you look over at volume 2, it shows that none of the targets for 2022 were met. All of the targets, they had targets of 441, and the document shows that they were all 0, which suggested that none of the targets were met in 2022. And so I'm just wondering if the minister would be able to state why it is that the labor market information bulletins, the social services bulletins, the number of, all of those things were not done in 2022 as was expected.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable Member, just to report that because of the deficiency in the statistical department, and that is the reason why the consultant is helping us to develop the type of facility, the type of department we would want to have. Just for reference, when I got to the ministry, that department was just staffed with either 2 or 3 persons. So I met it deficient. What we are trying to do is to ensure that it is developed, and that's the reason why we have hired a consultant to help us to do that.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm now going to 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations. When you look at there are 2 places there, Board of Industrial Training and the Labor Market Information Systems Commission. Can the Honorable Minister state what exactly the Labor Market Information Commission system is supposed to be doing that is different from what the consultant will be doing?
Honorable Minister.
No, I'm advised that Dr. Yadav is working also to help us with the LMIS system.
Honorable Member Ms. Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it that the Honorable Minister, is it that the commission is not functioning right now, just for clarity, and the consultant is helping to resuscitate that? Just.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Honorable Minister, yes. Honorable Member Ms.
Just one final question.
Ali, yes.
I'm not sure if I'm on the right program, but during the budget speech, the Honorable Minister stated that Action Coach assisted in some labor surveys this year. I'm just wondering if because you said consultancy was on the other, whether Action Coach was done under that, if they're continuing, if the information from that could be made available as well.
No, just to be clear, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, Honorable Member, the Action Coach did a survey on behalf of the IOM, International Organization of Migration, which we collaborated and cooperated. Also, the ILO also did a study that has to do with the oil and gas.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Chief Whip for the Opposition, Ms. Jones. Honorable Member Ms. Harley, come.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, can you then indicate if the information received by Action Coach and IUM has been used to determine what your program is for this year in terms of your training on the 6302?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, all the reports and studies that were done over the period 2022, we are reviewing and they would be utilized to help us going forward.
Thanks, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, a follow-up question on line item 6321, subsidies to local organization. Comrade Minister, you said that the Labor Market Information System Commission is not functioning. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And we see a voted provision here in 2022 of 1.5 and revised has 0. But then in 2023, we see there's another request for 1.5. And if it's not functioning, then why is a request being made?
Honorable Minister.
Because, as I indicated, and if you follow since last year budget speech, Dr. Yadav is here with us about several months now. He has come here since 22. So they worked, and the funds that were made available and requested were utilized during 2022, and now we're asking for more funds 2023 to continue.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Just a follow-up. Comrade Minister, you said the funds were utilized, but here in the revised 2022, it has 0. Which is an indication no money was used.
Okay, I'm advised, I stand corrected by the Permanent Secretary that the funds was not utilized in 2022.
Thanks, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Halley.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn to 6281, Security Service. There is a significant increase in that line item. Can the Honorable Minister state whether another security firm has been hired? Is it the intent to hire? And if it has been hired, who that security firm is?
Just to say the increase has to do with the fact that in 2022, you know, the minimum wage was increased, and therefore that's a reflection regarding security providers. What I know is that a couple of weeks ago, a security provider via open tender will be, from tomorrow, I'm told, will start as the security provider of the ministry. So there was an open tender, and a security provider won that some weeks ago. And so you have this new contract with this provision.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Halley.
Would the Honorable Minister be able to state the name of that security provider?
Honorable Minister.
Strategic Action Security.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipur.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, 6321. Can the Honorable Minister say on the Board of Industrial Training, what are the expected expansion for the program in terms of meeting all across Guyanan communities that they may have not touched as yet?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, Mr. Mike Paul caused me to chuckle. Just for reference, I'm taking up from where he left off. When we got into government, the Board of Industrial Training was primarily a coastal operation. We have taken it in 2.5 years into every region and sub-region of this country. Every interland region, every river, every creek, every mountaintop. And so the expansion you talk about has already happened. In every region, we have either a technical officer or 2. In the case of Region 9, we have 3 technical officers of the Board of Industrial Training. So the expansion you seek, my good friend, in 2023 started since August of 2020.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Honorable
Thank you very
Mahipal.
much, Mr. Chairman. I know that the APNU AFC began to expand it, and I'm happy that the minister expanded it further. So that's very good. I mean, Board of Industrial Training was there long before 20.
Okay, Honorable Member, ask the question because I may know differently, you know.
As a former minister.
No, I actually served under a particular board during your period.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I know that the Board of Industrial Training is doing a lot of work to bring our young people especially. So I'm asking if there is plan to go into other communities that we did not go into to further enhance young people especially. And if there is, would the Honorable Minister please indicate?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, Mr. Mahipal, just to say that we have gone beyond what you're thinking about. Let me put the context here. The Board of Industrial Training in 2022, never before, has trained nearly 50% of the sum total as females in what you call hard skills. If you follow, as I speak to you, we have 40 persons being trained in Region 10, heavy duty equipment operators. 50% of those are females. To answer your question, whether we will go into other, yes, we are collaborating with several organizations. If you follow, we have signed several memorandum of agreements with several agencies and organizations, whether it's private sector or public sector. And that work will continue. And so the expansion will continue. The other important task we have taken on, and we have started in 2021, is paying some attention to retirees. And we have done some successful training programs to reskill retirees to go back out into the world of work. So yes, we will continue to expand. Yes, we will continue to collaborate with all and sundry to effect the programs.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, I now put Honorable Member Mr. Holy.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Comrade Chair, under the same line items 6321, could the minister say how many persons would have completed training under the BID program for last year, and how many are currently successfully engaged in employment? If there is a system to monitor and to check the effectiveness of the BID program. I heard a little of it in the budget speech, but it's not clear, so I'm asking the minister to expand.
Could you, I'm hardly hearing what you're saying.
Minister probably need a hearing aid.
No, I'm hardly hearing what you're saying.
Minister, Comrade Chair, I'm asking the minister how many persons were trained under the BID program for last year.
First question.
And how many of them are employed? How many of them are employed, and of those that were trained, of course. And if there is a system to monitor, track, evaluate the effectiveness of the BID program.
Thank you very much.
Minister,
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, honorable member. First question. So far for 2022, we have graduated 4,017 persons. That is females 2,746, males 1,271. As I speak to you, we are preparing for graduations in several regions of persons whose program rolled over to 2023. I'm told from the CEO acting that it's about 1,200 persons to be graduated. So if you add that to the 417, we're talking about 5,600 persons we will have trained in 2022. The other question about monitoring and evaluation, yes, we now have a monitoring and evaluation department that does just what you're seeking to get answers to. As regards 2022, you would appreciate that these persons were just graduated, and therefore what we have, and I indicated during the budget presentation, is the statistics from the 2021 trainees that indicated about 70% of the persons are employed, and I think some 15% are still being trained in other areas or going to school. So the tracer study will continue and will happen for 2022.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that is some stated for Agency 38, Ministry of Labor, Program 381, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure. Stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 509. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 381, Policy Development and Administration, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Tabitha Sarabu Hali.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I have just one question here. 1220100 buildings, there is a significant increase in the amount being requested, provision for buildings and payments. Can the Honorable Minister state what this increase entails?
Okay. Mr. Chairman,
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Retention for building of fence that started last year. Retention for the main building at Atfield Street. Retention for joining of the two buildings. That project is ongoing. Construction, and now I'm going to new projects here. We are constructing office and a training center at New Amsterdam. We were gifted a plot of land by the New Amsterdam Town Council. So we are planning to construct a training center to the tune about some $30.9 million estimated. Corriverton, where the Town Council also in Corriverton has gifted us a plot of land, and we plan to execute a project there to build an office and training center to service the Upper Quarantine. Region 9, we have started to use a building that was built and left useless. We are now doing training programs there. So we plan to inject some funds into that building for development and training for North Rupununi, some $20 million. Rehabilitation of the Learning and Resource Center at Unity. Again, that is a building that was left. We plan to utilize $25 million to rehabilitate that building. The intention and idea for the Unity building is to utilize it as a training center to certify and accredit persons who already have a skill. So we have several people who are carpenters, plumbers, masons, electricians, but they don't have no requisite certification and qualification. And so the intention of the Unity building is to ensure that we utilize take mature persons who already are participating in work in the technical area and have them retrained to be certified there. And then we have Bartica, Rehabilitation of a Learning Resource Center at the top of Mount Gripper Hill. That is a building that was not as useful as it should have been over the years. We are now in possession of that building, and it is being utilized as our office, the Ministry of Labor office, and also we do training there for the Board of Industrial Training. We plan to utilize about $10 million to bring that building up to speed with AC and all the necessary things. So there's some total to be expended in capital here is $138,500,000.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I hear some unparliamentary words. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 381, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to pages 182 and 183. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 38, Ministry of Labor, Program 382, Labor Administration Services, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Bita Sarabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to direct you to line item 6321, subsidies and contribution to local organizations. When you get to page 472, there is a list there, but what I have recognized is a number of unions that should have received, did not receive any of their subsidies last year, and it's budgeted again for this year. And Guyana Trade Unions Congress and then support to other trade unions budgeted $8,000 in 2022. Only $1,297,000 was received by unions, and then it's budgeted again for 2023. So can Honorable Minister state why this difference for Guyana Trade Unions Congress and the other trade unions that they intend to give but they weren't able to in 2022 that they will support now in 2023?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Member. Just to say that the one union that you note received their subvention is the only union that complied with giving us a report as to what they used the money for or what they will use the money for. And all the other unions, they were written to several times. Simple question, simple request. Give us a financial statement of how you expended the money. And they have refused, and therefore, I'm duty bound that until and unless they do like Gawu did, that the monies will not be released to the union. We want to do it tomorrow.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 38, Ministry of Labor, Program 382, Labor Administration Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to page 509. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 382, Labor Administration Services capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, honorable members. I now put a question that the sum stated for program 382, Labor Administration Services capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let me thank on your behalf and my own the Honorable Minister and his staff of the Ministry of Labor for taking us through his agency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Honorable members, we now invite the Honorable Minister of Human Services and Social Security and her staff to join us. And I invite you to turn to pages 188 and 189. Thank you. Honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 1839, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Program 391, Policy Development and Administration Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Vala Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Minister, line 6111. The number of employees has declined from 10 in 2022 to 7 in 2023, yet the budget for 2023 has increased by $38 million. Over the revised 2022, I know that the 8% is there, but could you kindly explain this discrepancy?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member. In fact, there's been a decrease. So the increase within that overall decrease caters for the 8% salary, and we have had a resignation there as well. I'm not sure because the numbers are 17,561,000 for 2022, and budget 2023 is 14,359,090. Yes, that's the overall figure. 6111, that's what you asked me.
Sorry,
Thank you,
Madam
Minister.
Minister. Mr. Chair,
Honorable
through you to the
Lawrence.
Minister. I use 611 to show that there was a decrease in employees. But when I speak of the salaries, I'm speaking about the overall figure. So you move from 181,922 to 219,913.
Honorable Minister.
So it goes back to my original explanation, Honorable Member, Mr. Speaker, through you, that there were increases on everything, which includes the 8% increase.
Thank you, Minister.
All right.
Honorable Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow up. What are the designations of the 3 persons who are no longer being catered for, and have they resigned? And could you kindly say whether the positions have been deleted from the inventory or whether you intend to fill these vacancies?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. So the decrease is due to the resignation of the Assistant General and the Principal Assistant General. We've not deleted those positions, and there is a reclassification of a technical officer.
Yes, Honorable Member, you can ask the question.
Mr. Chair, 6112, can the Honorable Minister indicate the number of employees who has been reduced from 4 in 2022 to 3? We see here the budgetary amount in 2023 has been reduced from 7.4 in 2020 to 7.2 in 2023. In looking at this, we want to know that what are the designation of the person who is no longer in that category.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Well, if someone is no longer there, that figure will reduce, but it also includes the 8% salary increase, and that is due to the resignation of one procurement officer, but we still have within that category an engineer, one EPMA, one superintendent of works.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
A follow-up on that said question. The difference among 277,000 divided by 12 gives us a total of $23.83 per month. So we are not looking, it is not matching up in terms of the payment.
Yes, so the person did not resign for the entire year. They resigned in August and they had a basic salary of 120,221. That's why you would see that addition.
May I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Madam Minister, you said the procurement officer resigned in August. Are you not catering for another procurement officer? Because that's a very important position.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And as a minister who was here, I'm sure you know that we don't cater for that in the budget in terms of budgetary allocations. But the post remains there and will be filled.
Mr. Speaker, I'll move on.
Go ahead,
6113. There is no change in the staffing number of 2. However, the salary budgeted in 2023 has risen by 2.8, has risen to $2.825 million from the revised 2.291. It has gone down. So if the minister can kindly explain to us why we see this difference in terms of the figures.
Thank you, Honorable Member. There has actually been an increase, and it's from 2.2 to 2.8 at a variance of 533,375, and that caters for an 8% salary increase.
Through the chair.
Go ahead,
Can the Honorable Minister explain 6114? There's a sharp decline in the numbers of category from 43 to 34 in terms of the clerical and support staff. Although the 9 personnel long on the payroll, the budget for this line item has only declined 2.3 million.
Honorable Minister.
So thank you for that question. So we would have had a redesignation and we would have also had resignation. So you will see the figure also catering in spite of that for the 8% increase.
Mr.
Honorable Member.
6116, contracted employees, has risen significantly, Madam Minister, from 32 to 51, increase of 19 persons. What are the designations and emoluments of the 19 persons?
Thank you for the question. And they include a technical officer with a salary of $319,645, gratuity of $863,042, civil engineer, salary $276,536, EPMA 2, $19,878, one project officer, $205,200, one project officer, $177,797, one project officer, $177,797,000. One transport officer, $90,630. One clerk 2 general, $87,960. One clerk 2 general, $84,821. One data entry clerk. In fact, 3 of them, each receiving $84,662. One driver, $80,892. One cleaner, $80,892. One office assistant, $80,892. One driver, $80,892. One typist clerk, $80,892. One driver, $80,892,000, and one more driver at $80,892,000. That's all the new recruits.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Minister. Mr. Chair, could the minister indicate whether there is a policy for contracted employees replacing PSC appointed public servants?
Honorable Minister.
I am sure the Public Service Ministry would have given you that policy direction as it comes from the Public Service Ministry, but we, as you know, with this government, we have both the fixed establishment and the contractual workers.
Honorable Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the Honorable Minister, under line item 26281, give reasons why we have such a sharp increase in security services?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you for the question, Honorable Member. Provision is made for security at the main office and the PS's residence, but inadvertently, the rental of 4.5 million was placed here mistakenly. So glad that you asked so that I could provide clarity to you on that.
Just,
Go ahead, Honorable.
yes, just for clarity. So you're saying the rental for 4 buildings, the cost was added under this line item?
6241 has 0, so it was inadvertently placed under 6281.
Rent 6241. Okay, noted.
Got it? Rental of buildings.
Honorable Karen Collins.
6284, Madam Minister, there is an increase of $9 million. Could you kindly provide to this House a breakdown of the category for the items catered for? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
(6284), you've moved from 8.5 to 8.6. So I'm not sure if you're telling me the right line, Honorable Member.
Sorry.
Honorable Paul
It
Lawrence.
is 6291.
So thank you for the question. We do have a number of activities and events that the ministry hosts, usually Easter, Phagwah, Emancipation, Mashramani, Deepavali, Eid al-Adha, Christmas, and Heritage Month for the ministry. But this year we are hoping to we will be hosting a conference to share on some of the more outstanding programs of the ministry, where we will be sharing nationally and regionally the work we would have done on gender-based violence. And we are the country with one of the most exemplary records under spotlight, and it is the Spotlight team's expectation that Guyana leads this discussion because we have a comprehensive program that focuses on strategies to tackle gender-based violence as different from every other country in the region, which includes Latin America and the Caribbean. And we will also be speaking on a number of innovations and initiatives that would have been achieved by Guyana, including the 914 24-hour hotline. We would have also managed to have a survivors advocates program, which is new to the region. We also have the iMatter app, which has a series of resources that people can access using IT, and that app also has a 914 panic button, and that app is expected to expand. So this is the kind of sharing we will do. We've also developed a referral pathway that links all of our regions through the police, healthcare, and the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security's program. We've trained 1,400 policemen through the Cop Squad 2000 initiative. We also offer to persons who are in need safe voucher, and we also are able to provide shelters through our shelter expansion program. And in addition to that initiative, we'll also be speaking to some of our other noteworthy initiatives like the WIN program, which is one of the most impressive programs of the ministry and would have seen thousands of people trained across the country. And it is a program that my Caribbean counterparts, those in Latin America and those beyond the shores of Guyana, all the way in the UK, would like to have access to. So it gives us an opportunity to share the work that Guyana is doing, to present the Guyana model for these things. And so we will be engaging so many people to share the level of work that we are doing in the ministry this way.
Honorable Flubes.
I have a question. I don't know how we can fit it in. Because I'm looking at the minister gave a good overview of what is intended, but when I look at this legend in volume 2, on the social services, right? I noticed that they got a number of programs and campaigns.
If I can interrupt you, Honorable Member, we are in program 1.
Okay.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated under Agency 39, Program 391, Policy Development and Administration forms part of the question. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honorable members, I now draw your attention to page 510. And I propose a question that the sum capital expenditure under Program 391, Policy Development Administration, forms part of the estimate, part of the question. Proposed. The question is proposed.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Minister, line item 12-2200. Could you kindly state for us what is the status of the building on High Street and when will the ministry be utilizing that building?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We are not utilizing that building.
So can the minister say where she will be putting in these fire escapes?
Yes, Honorable Member. I think if you try to open the door of your office at one time and step out there, you would have fallen, so it's in a bad state. the fire escape, the Lamaha Street building. It's in a terrible condition, very unsafe.
Honorable Val-Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 1220200. Could the minister indicate where on Brickdam this juvenile center will be? And give us a description of the project profile.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'll be happy to do so when we get to Program 2.
So that's it.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated capital expenditure program 391 policy and development forms part of the question, part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I now draw your attention to pages 190191, social services. And I propose the question that the sum stated under Agency 39, Program 392, Social Services, forms part of the estimate. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the minister some questions and some clarification on her performance statements in volume 2, page 161. Minister, through the chair. Your indicator number 3, you have stated here that you received you have a number of elderly residential facilities meeting minimum operating standards, and you're saying in 2022 there's 0, or that there was not a survey done, and then you're only targeting 1 for 2023.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Exactly that. And we would have had help from the Ministry of Labor and they would have given us a very comprehensive report toward the end of 2022, moving more into 2023. So we're focusing on that specifically, the PAMs.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Val-Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Minister, number 4, the number of youths in conflict with the law accessing rehabilitation program. I note you have 12 and 25. Kindly give us an explanation as to what you're referring to. Are these reports, or is this the figure from a survey that was done, what it represents?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. This is something that is of a troubling nature in the sense that we would have had the Juvenile Justice Act passed and amended, and what we have been finding is that the juveniles are not going to court because there seems to be some misunderstanding of the legislation and what it entails. And your question that you asked me earlier that I said I will explain will attempt to deal with some of that. So this is what we were able to do, and we are hoping to have done in 2023 and probably exceed that target, but we are being very conservative with the number.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, my apologies. Honorable Val-Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Minister, indicator number 5, I note the number in terms of women benefiting from empowerment programs. You have put it now to 6,000 from 4,000. I applaud you for that, but I would like you to know this is just a statement that there are many women who are saying that they're not being allowed to access because when they go to the office, that they're asked so many questions and then they're told to come back today, come back tomorrow, and so on. So I just want to bring that to your attention. But my question really is on number 8. I'm worried about number 8, Madam Minister, through the chair. The number of persons accessing our shelters. And I'm wondering whether in all of the programs that you outlined earlier, whether there is anything to work with homes, families, especially with their family members who are either on some drugs or something, or people who are suffering from dementia. We have a lot of problem with that, where people don't understand and their elderly persons are on the streets. So I wonder if you have a program presently, or you're going to put one in place for 2023, so that we can keep our people in the homes and not have them in shelters.
Thank you, Honorable Member, both for your comment and question. With regard to the comment, we had a deluge of applications last year. It was out of the park, if I say it that way, from 2,140 persons that we trained in 2021. We had 10,000 applicants in 2022, and we were able to train this much. So we are increasing, and for example, the first week of WIN registration being open, we got 7,000 applicants. So the enormity of that tells you how tough it is to process everyone at the same time, but we are trying as much as possible to make sure that everyone, or as many of the people that would have applied, giving preference to those who never did any programs with us, the first opportunity so that they can get through WIN. And to your question 8, there are several programs. We would have established the Community Advocate Network last year. And this is a grassroots network where we are doing training in communities on violence of all types, from elder abuse to domestic violence, and or Every Child Safe program for children as well. We deal with child abuse. So we're doing a whole gamut of things to educate and inform communities and ask those persons to volunteer with us. We would have gotten, when we opened that register for the network, over 1,000 volunteers who gave several commitments. 1, to be trained, everybody, so that they can do peer education. 2, some offered their home as sanctuaries. 3, some actually wanted to learn more about what they can do in their own situations. And lastly, we had a very good collaboration with the mental health unit of the Ministry of Health, and we are working with them to first target the persons in our homes and shelters. We had an assessment by them of all those persons who are in our homes so that we can filter them for organic mental health illnesses, those who have mental health illnesses as a result of substance abuse, those who are recovering addicts, those who have other complaints, those who are just homeless. So we are looking at the various levels of persons in care. And then from there, we will begin to assess how we can reintegrate some, how we can shift some around so they have the best possible treatment in line with what their conditions are, and how we can work with a wider community to encourage people, like I feel just like you, how we can work with the wider community so that we can educate people on how to care for persons who have special needs, because that's an important thing. For caregivers to care, they must understand the nature of what they're caring for, because sometimes if they get burnt out or if they get frustrated, it could easily transcend into abuse. So in short, the answer is yes. But it will take, as you will appreciate, some time to achieve the results we all want.
Thank you, Madam Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ganesh Mahibal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In line with Comrade Lawrence's question and in keeping with volume 2, I know that the minister, it was brought to our attention some time back concerning an elderly home at Metamierzorg, the William Metamierzorg area, which is in a very deplorable state. And the minister, I know, visited the area. And subsequent to that, the location was moved from the back street and it's now at the front street. And it's still in a deplorable state. And residents are still complaining about its status and how these senior citizens are being treated. I know it was also brought to the minister's attention a second time, but the home is still functioning there in a deplorable state, and the senior citizens are in a real terrible state being cared for. What does the minister plan to do to address this situation? And can the minister say if she has a monitoring unit that is attending to these kinds of situations?
Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Member. But through the Speaker, I'm just kindly asking for the head, subhead under which this falls. And I'll be very happy to answer.
Mr. Chairman,
Honorable Michael.
Sir, I'm asking it under the subsidies and contribution to local organization, where I see a series of.
This home is not one.
But I will happily accept an answer because it's a situation that is
Honorable
hampering
Member,
the senior citizens.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will do so because it is of concern. We would have made several interventions. In fact, the ministry would have established an elderly home visiting committee. This committee visits all homes all year round, and we have reports with recommendations generated. The homes would have to conform to the recommendations and at least let us know what they have done to change the circumstance and situation. And barring which, if we, as the ministry, in the terms of Program 2, the department that deals with it, feel that the home does not satisfy our minimum standards or basic standards, then we would have to take decisive action. And I also want to say that in that particular instance, I am being told that an organization might take charge of that situation. So we are monitoring it closely, and like you, I'm very concerned for the senior citizens as well. So,
Mr. Chair, a follow-up.
Honorable Ganesh.
Thank you, sir. Just to follow up, and my final question on this is, can the minister say when is it that they intend to look into this matter closely, because it's really affecting a number of senior citizens that are there currently?
Thank you, Honorable Member. We have looked at it closely. In fact, we have started by removing persons from the home. We've already removed 2. And that is a plan that will perhaps continue. So we removed 2 persons already, and we will perhaps continue to do that until there's no one there if the situation persists.
Honorable Jarbshan.
To the Chair. Can the Honorable Minister explain 6111? We have a decline of employees from 8 to 6. What are the designation for these individuals that are no longer catered for? Are they reassigned or?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The line caters for an 8% increase and a resignation of 1 director and manager of sexual offenses and domestic violence. And yes, there are plans to have those positions addressed.
Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. 6113, the reduction of staffing to individuals. What are the designation of these individuals? Are they retire or resign?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you. There is 1 resignation of a probation and social services officer and a staff nurse. So that accounts for your variance.
Honorable Jarbshan.
To the Chair. 6115, the category has declined from 156 in 2022 to 148 in 2023. Can the Honorable Minister indicate to us the designation of these 8 individuals who are no longer on the payroll?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you. 5 patient care assistants and 2 ward maids and 1 porter. 1 ward maid was transferred to Program 1
Follow-up, Honorable Minister, through the
Honorable
chair.
Jeffrey.
In spite of the decline in numbers, there is a rise in the payroll of this category, 8.6 million. Can the Honorable Minister please explain?
Thank you. It's the 8% increase in salary.
Honorable Jeffrey.
Through the chair. In 2021, the actual cost was 146 million. 2022, 151 but only 144 was spent. Yet another 152 million is being budgeted for in 2023, in spite of 8 fewer employees.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We are on the 2023 budget, and as I mentioned, it includes the 8% salary increase. In 2021, there was another increase.
Honorable Jaiprakash.
Through the chair. 6116, contracted employees has risen significantly from 122 in 2022 to 149 in 2023, an increase of 27%. Can the Honorable Minister indicate to the House the designation and emoluments for these 27 new employees?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. A receptionist, 74,900. 2 probation and social services officers, 110,733 each. 4 typist clerks, 70,000 each. 2 probation and social services officers, $110,733. 1 cook, $70,000. 1 clerk 2 general, $78,538. 1 laborer, $70,000. 1 admin assistant, $96,597. 1 senior investigation and liaison officers, $153,000, 815. 1 probation and social services officers at $110,733. 2 probation and social service officers at each receiving $110,733. 1 probation and social service officer, $110,733. 1 first responder social services, $96,597. 1 probation and social service officer, $110,733. 1 probation officer, $110,733. 1 stores clerk, $74,900. 3 data entry clerks, each receiving $84,622. 2 porters, each receiving $80,892. 1 laundress, receiving $80,892. 1 coordinator, receiving $344,097. 1 first responder social services, $111,628. 1 driver, $80,892. 1 stores clerk, $80,892. 1 probation and social services officer, $110,733.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Val Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Minister, line 6272, electricity charges. On at least 2 occasions, Madam Minister, the Minister of Finance came to this House for monies to cover debts owed by government and other agencies. And there is no expected increase in electricity charges in 2023, Could the minister state why is the budget in 2023 stated to increase by $13.35 million? And does the ministry have arrears for GPL? And if so, how much?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'm happy to say we have no arrears for GPL, but this increase is as a result of several good things. We have a new culinary and training facility, and this will come on board this year. With it comes equipment and the cost of operationalization, and those things require electricity. It is expected that this culinary center will cater for the training of hundreds, if not thousands, of women across the length and breadth of Guyana. It focuses on us using locally produced food to create value-added product training for women in catering and so much more within that center. We also are looking at the operationalization of the region, I wouldn't say, some DV shelters, and you understand why I will not go further. And we're also adding to this lineup a very, very good thing, something called a Learning Lab, and this is an institution that caters to the training, empowerment, and entrepreneurship activity of persons with disabilities. It is envisaged that this will become the hub of all persons across Guyana. We're catering for persons of all levels of disabilities, giving them an opportunity to have free training and putting them in the stead where they can be financially independent, where they can have the opportunity for self-empowerment, and they can have the opportunity in cases of mobility issues to learn how to use the support aids that we will be providing for them at no cost so that they can have an improved quality of life. And you will appreciate, Honorable Member, that all of these new locations, new facilities will have equipment costs attached to them. Hence the answer for your
electricity costs.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you,
Honorable
Madam Minister. Madam Minister, I want to ask you, when all this training is finished, do you give these women, upon graduating, a kit? Like if they did, they learned to ice cake, do you give them a kit and a startup money to go out there and ply their trade, get into business? And do you do the same for the men who I know also participate in some of these programs? Not many, but we have a few brave ones who come forward. Do you do that?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'm not sure of the line item, but I'm happy to answer because this program I'm very proud of. In fact, I will tell you, of 3,000 plus women trained, a sample taken, 48% of them are employed, 25% of them own their business, and I'm happy to say the ministry goes further than a kit. We provide seed funding, business stimulus funding to them, and these women are able to start their business with that. We're able to also provide things like appliances. Several women will receive sewing machines, some will receive freezers. So we're going way beyond the kit, and it's directly related, it's directly related to the kind of training that we're doing, and I'm happy to say there is a percentage of persons who would have been men in all of the programs, in all of the regions, because this program has been, that is the WIN program, has been offered in every region across the length and breadth of Guyana. And the number of beneficiaries for the employment, or not employment, the empowerment grant is a grand total of 4,939. So I hope you were happy to hear that. And this is an institute that was never functional. So I would love for the member to come and visit to see what's happening there.
I might very well take you up on that, Madam
Honorable
Minister.
Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Minister, through the chair, could you turn to 242, maintenance of buildings? If we go back from 2021, it would note that we spent some $140 million on the maintenance of building under this program. In 2023, we're estimated to spend some $75 million. Could you kindly lay over those buildings and the amount of money we will be spending for maintenance on each of them?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Honorable Member. I think you would want to look back at the line because there is really no difference in that line. I can read the numbers if you wish. So it's
No,
75,
no,
74,
I'm not, I
75.
didn't say it was an increase.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking at over the period, how much money we have been spending on maintenance of these buildings.
Uh-huh.
If we look at what we had budgeted from 2021 to 2022, and then now we add in another $75 million in maintenance.
It's the same
So
almost.
no, I'm not talking
So
about
yes, the
allocation.
maintenance,
I'm
thank you,
thinking in
Honorable.
terms of whether we should continue to do all these maintenance in terms of value for money, or whether we need some new buildings. That's what I'm looking at.
Honorable Member, if you're giving us new buildings, I'll willingly accept, but not at high rental costs. But we are continuing to maintain what we have to keep them in good order so that they are productive, and whatever we use them for produces the quality of service that we want them to deliver to the people of Guyana.
Thank you,
Mr.
Honorable
Chair.
Member.
Mr.
Ms.
Chair,
Lawrence.
so I take it the minister will lay over that for me, and as she spoke of rental costs, if we go to line 6241, there is an increase there from 6.6 to $10.3 million. Are we renting additional buildings, or are we having new contracts done at different rates?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you. We are having additional buildings for TIP, and you know I can't divulge much more than that. So I will say to you, the buildings of which I speak are mostly sensitive ones.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, I've exhausted your questions for this head.
No, I'll put the orders to the minister in the House.
Thank you very much.
We still have
Honorable
child
members,
protection.
I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 392 Social Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to page 510. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 392 Social Services capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, sorry about that. 1220-200. Madam Minister, you said when we came to this area that you will explain the juvenile center in Brickdam.
Honorable Minister.
You're on Capitol now, right? Yes. So, yes. So, as I mentioned, the Juvenile Justice Act was passed and amended, and one of the requirements would have been a juvenile processing center. Another one would be a juvenile holding center. And this is to ensure that when young people come into conflict with the law, especially within the age of the Juvenile Justice Act 15, they're treated, while they are not immune from being charged, they're treated in a certain way where all their rights are preserved. So this is the facility that will be a buffer for those young people. And we will also work in tandem with the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Cop and Faith Network, and our ministry services to provide that kind of environment for those young people. So it's like before they get further into the system, so we are able to look at what kind of intervention. We don't want repeat offenders. We want to make sure that if the law is satisfied in its requirement and it is not a case where it is a serious offense then at least there's someone who can oversee, they can monitor that person, and they can look at rehabilitation and that kind of thing. So that is the initial interface that this juvenile processing center caters for.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Minister, follow up on the same line item. In the legend, you speak of provision for care center for the elderly. I heard in your budget presentation, you spoke of the care centers for evenings and so for our elderly people. But I would like to know whether a survey was done, because you know old people, they want to sleep in their own bed, in their own house, with
Amen.
their own family. So I want to know whether a survey was done, or whether this is a community project. Will it be done in the community where they're familiar with persons, or are you actually building a center where we're going to take these people in the night?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think with the cacophony of noise that they had the day I was presenting, I believe people got a little mixed up between the children and the adult. The day and night care early childhood centers are for children, which I will explain when we get to that program if you are interested. But for this, we're looking at the Palms in particular. It was built in 1874 by a Mr. Castellani, and it has survived to now. I'm sure every Guyanese is au fait with the age of the Palms, but we are also looking at a more modern structure with an increased capacity, with the intention over time of moving people to a modern structure. So this $100 million will be the design, will be a lot of things towards starting the construction, because you will appreciate too that that building has several stories, and so it's very difficult, especially when people are bedridden, to move them up and down. We run out of space. The capacity is 240 of the Palms. We currently have to date 146 persons there. We would have kept the numbers tight because of COVID-19. And even we are limited because of the ground floor space. We have been expending, and it's back to your original question on the maintenance cost. This is a case like that, where we would have been expending huge sums to refurbish, to rehabilitate the Palms. And I think Guyana deserves a state-of-the-art, a new care facility for the elderly. So that is to answer your question.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to congratulate the minister on moving that forward, our geriatric home, in making it modern, etc., for our senior citizens. I think she needs an applaud for that. Thank you. I want to come back to the night facility for the children, as you spoke of. When we get there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 392 Social Services capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can now turn to pages 192 and 193. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Program 393, Child Care and Protection, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. So, honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 393, Child Care and Protection, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 510. I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 393, Child Care and Protection capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Minister. Again, I'm at 12/20/200, and my question goes back to the day and night care centers. And I want to know, why is the government taking on this responsibility of day and night care with all the regulations that you must meet, etc.? When we started a very long time ago, many years ago, encouraging persons to get into the business of daycare facilities for children. And, you know, the ministry trained a lot of people, and also they licensed them to open these facilities. Why don't we try to use the persons in the communities who have gotten into these businesses and so on to provide this upgraded care? Because I know that the night care for children started with the daycare center in North Rheinveld. That particular proprietress, she offered night care. She was the first person doing it in the city of Georgetown. So I'm wondering, we have all these people that have all these facilities. Why not let us do something to encourage them to move up?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And it's interesting that you asked that, because it's an integrated system. It's a day and night care facility, well, more than one, and it also blends with it early childhood development. So the intention is to meld the structure with the skill sets that we are producing through the WIN program. So we would have trained thousands of women across the regions in childcare. So we are encouraging them to form consortiums and do exactly what you said, where they start their own day-night care and early childhood facilities, but we have to produce models that they can follow. And so these will be the models, while they also provide real service. So it will be training/care facilities. And this is a very novel thing. And I believe it's the first in the region with the combination of early childhood development and care facilities. And this is one of the Guyana models as well. And this will also work later on into public-private partnerships. And it will also be the grounding for people who would like to start their own. Because if you know, the WIN intention is to create a number of entrepreneurs, whether individually or whether through consortiums. And because we've trained so many people in childcare, the level 1, level 2 childcare, level 3 and 4 will give them special needs education, as well as early childhood development. So when they start their own facility, or if they choose to work with us for a little bit, get some experience, go off to start their own, they're doing so with very firm footing, and they can provide the kind of care that people will want. And the night care component, I think that a lot of women have jobs that take them into the late evenings. Some women work on shifts, and we are very conscious of that as government. In fact, this initiative was one that was so lauded by women and men across the country, because a lot of them too are single parents, and they want to have this option. So I think it's one that you will see perhaps expand. It's one that you will see people perhaps clamor for more of, but I think it's one that has very good prospects going forward, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms.
Thank
Lawrence.
you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would just like the minister to know that my questions on the current aspect of child care, I will put them on send them through you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 393, Child Care and Protection Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. This brings us to the end of this agency. We thank Honorable Minister and her staff for taking us through the agency. Now invite the Honorable Minister of Housing and Water, the Honorable Colin Crowe, and his staff to join us for his agency. Honorable members, I invite you to turn to pages 226 and 227. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 451, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I'm to turn our attention to line item 6254, vehicle spares and services. Can the honorable member state the number of vehicle fleets in the authority?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the line item that was mentioned is 62, how much?
Honorable Member.
Sorry, it is 6264.
Okay, thank you. There are 10 vehicles assigned to this program.
Thank you, Minister.
Should I sit first?
Honorable Ferguson.
Should I sit first?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I'm to turn our attention to line item 6272, electricity charges. I note for 2022, we had a budgeted amount of 55 million plus, and there was a revised amount of 36 million plus. So I note now for 2023, the ministry is now requesting for 20,160,000. Can the honorable member explain the reason for the decrease in the electricity charges and whether this amount is actually adequate, taking into account what was actually catered for last year and what was revised last year too? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, if you choose, you could pull the mic down and sit, and we'll get a better feed from your...
Right? Mr. Chairman, the expense here is, we believe it's adequate, and the reason why you had an increase is because there was a faulty meter on the building for which GPL corrected, and subsequently Ministry of Finance would have provided the additional resources for us to be able to be up to date with the payment of our metering bills.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I'm to turn our attention to line item 6281, security services. I note we had a budgeted amount for 31 million in 2022 with a revise of 18.5 million. And now for 2023, the ministry is requesting 28 million plus. Can the honorable member explain the reason for the decrease last year That's one. Two, also the locations where these services will be provided. And thirdly, whether the authority will be outsourcing and whether the procurement process has commenced. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, this is a new tender that's been awarded. So the sum represented here represents the current contract of January to December 2023. And the two locations are the ministry main building and the permanent secretary residence.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, a follow-up to the honorable member. I heard him said that the services have already been awarded. Am I to understand that the security service to which the award was made is Sheriff Security, or you can provide us that information?
Honorable Minister.
The answer to that is no.
Follow-up, since the answer.
Honorable Member.
Thank you very
You
much.
asked if it's sheriffs, I said no.
Okay. Well, since the answer is no, perhaps you can provide to the House the name of the security
The security
firm.
companies. I
Thank
answer
you.
according to what you
I haven't heard you. You can't cross-talk while I'm asking a question.
Honorable Member, please.
Well, I choose
Honorable
what to
members,
answer.
please speak to the chair.
So this is not your court today. The security company is Atlas Security Service.
Thank you. Minister. Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I'm to turn our attention to line item 6284 other, I've noticed a small increase for 2023 as against 2022. Can the honorable member, explain what constitutes other where this line item is concerned? Thank you. And it can provide perhaps a disaggregation of the amount.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, procurement notices, advertisement, need for ID cards for the staff, signs and stamps that you would normally have to do for stationary purpose, marking of these vehicles and assets, notices or domain renewal, that's for internet service provision for homepage, radio and television program airing and billboards.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this would be my final question on this particular program. If I'm to turn our attention to line item 6302, training and scholarships. I note for last year, you had a budgeted sum of 800,000 and a revised figure of 799. I note for 2023, you're seeking 850,000. Can you explain the beneficiaries, right? And secondly, what exactly will be the training? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The categories of the training will be for leadership development program, human resource management, secretarial studies, advanced certificate in procurement and supply. The persons who will be trained are staff of the ministry. You asked who, so I'm telling you it's the staff of the ministry.
Okay, follow
Honorable
up.
Minister.
Sorry. Thank you very
Honorable
much.
Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Follow up. How many persons are expected to benefit from this training? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the various persons for the respective training programs that I just identified. For example, secretarial studies will be for secretarial staff of the Minister's Office and the Permanent Secretary Office. For example, human resource. 3, human resource management would be another 4. Leadership development program, and these are for the top managers in the management level, roughly about 4, and then you have procurement and supply, 2.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 451, Policy Development and Administration and Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 516. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 25, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 451, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I'm to turn our attention to project code 257,000, furniture and equipment. I note for 2023, the ministry is requesting 3.5 to procure furniture and equipment. Perhaps the honorable member can assist us in disaggregating the sums, what equipment and furniture to be procured, and where these items will be assigned or deployed. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Executive chairs, printer, document binder, filing cabinet. Executive chairs, 300,000. All-purpose printer, 260,000.
Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Document binder, 300,000. Guillotine, 30,000. Filing cabinets, 140,000. Complete sofa set, 400,000. And I plan to change your green chair finally. Desktop computer, 400,000. Laptops, 360,000. Coffee maker, 45,000. Folding table, 45,000. Typist chair, 140,000. Desks, 160,000. LaserJet printers, 160,000. Backup batteries, 160,000. Cubicles, 200,000. Drone, 300,000. Pocket camera, 200,000.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 451, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure on the Agency 25. I now put a question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to pages 228 and 229. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 452, Housing Development, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I turn our attention to line item 611. 6112, Senior Technical. Can the Honorable Member be gracious to provide us with the position and the emoluments that goes with this particular line item? Thank
Honorable
you.
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, 2 architects, $261,210 each. 1 senior engineer, $340,422.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to turn our attention to line item 6294, other. I note for 2022, we had 27 million, and for 2023, we're seeking, no, sorry, 6284, yes. And we're now seeking 30 million for 2023. Can the honorable member explain the reason for the increase and also provide to the House what constitutes other where this particular line item is concerned?
Honorable Minister.
Line item 6284, others. Two activities are catered for under this line item, and that is the preparatory for the hosting of building expo activities, and the second would be in terms of our other Dream Realize activities.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Mr. Chair, may I turn our attention to line item 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations. And I know that this particular sum is going towards the Central Housing and Planning Authority. But Mr. Chair, sorry, if we turn our attention to Appendix T on page 699 on the Central Housing and Planning Authority, we would have seen that the authority made a good, handsome sum through the sale of assets, etc. So can the honorable member explain what this sum will be utilized for that will be used as subsidy by the Central Housing and Planning Authority?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there are two categories: the employment costs for 376 employees and other charges.
Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I don't know whether the honorable member has the information at his disposal, but I guess his technical staff can be of assistance to him if we turn to page 699. Perhaps sale of assets. I note that for last year, 2022, some 10 billion was actually catered for. So there's a revised sum of 25.9. So perhaps the minister can provide to this assembly what are the assets that would constitute this particular figure of 25.9 million.
Honorable Minister.
The minister is unaware what line item that falls under. The minister can answer you 6321, what the subsidies to the local organization is, which is the CHP, and I can give you further breakdown from the information I provided just now. So if you want, I can go further. Let me know.
Honorable Ferguson.
Mr. Chair, I didn't get the honorable member clear. He muzzled a bit, so perhaps he can draw his
Mr. Chairman, let's go. Let me go. The subsidies to local organization of $1.3 billion. It, first of all, employment costs for 376 employees to the tune of $952 million. The other charges is $411,295,000. The other charges constitute total materials, equipment, and supplies. So that's $12.9 million. Rental and maintenance of buildings as $75 million. Fuel and lubricants as $41.6 million. Total transport, travel, and postage, $92.8 million. Utility charges, $27.8 million. Other goods and services purchased, will include security too, $119 million. Other operating expenses, $38.9 million. Educational subventions and training, $2.9 million. That will give you a total of $1,364 million.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Mr. Chair, can a follow-up? I heard the Honorable Member stated rental of buildings. Is it building or buildings? And where are these building or buildings located? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Buildings, Mr. Chairman, 2.
Location.
But
location, sublet. I have every available information you need. Just calm down, calm down. Sublot Y of lot 42 Starbrook and lot 46 Brigham and Austin, please.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 452, housing development, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to page 516, please. Same program in the same agency except its capital. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 452, housing development, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I'm to turn our attention to project code number 1903-100, infrastructural development and buildings. I note that the ministry is seeking a provision of $50 billion. And based on the explanation in the legend here, provision for access road, building and infrastructure works in new and existing housing schemes. When I turn my attention to the project or the project profile here, I note there are several activities listed here. Provision of building, construction of highway, that's from Eccles to Diamond. And then we have Marysorgan to Schoonard and Schoonard to Crane. We also have provision for infrastructural works, including construction of roads, bridges, water distribution and electrical network, and land preparation in new and existing housing schemes. My question to the honorable member, my first question, that is, Mr. Chair, can the honorable member provide a disaggregated sum for the varying activities listed therein that represents this $50 billion? That's my first question.
Honorable Minister, you can answer the first question.
Allow me to go lengthy, Mr. Chairman. Let's go. The activities for the 50 billion rollover, 1, take notes. The 4-lane highway continuation from 4-lane highway for Eccles to Diamond. Mr. Chairman, this sum represented of $7.3 billion is to complete the 4-lane. Activity 2, the construction of roads, drainage structures for new areas. Some of these new areas include Metaberzark, Stroudville, Lenora, the Entract, Hope, Success, Enterprise, Plantation, Nonpareil, Great Diamond, Blocks 3, 7, 11, 13, Silica City, Burma, Baltiak, Shieldstone, Prospect, Palmyra. Mabruma, Wales, Lusignan, Good Hope, Amelia's Ward, and Conception at Region 10. Activity 3, construction. Activities 3, construction of 4-lane highway from Schooner to Crane. I'll come back. 8 lots. So the total contract sum, Mr. Chairman, is $12 billion. We've expended $2.7 billion to date. We're budgeting another $5.4 billion, $5.5 billion this year. This project will be completed next year. The activity 4, there's a construction of our new office building. Phase 1, budgeted this year is $467,500,000. Activity 6, infrastructure works for continuation of regularization of some areas. These include Charity, where we're catering for to regularize 228 lots, Potential 53, Sturtville, I-Flot 82, Tushan, school site 28, Chatamargo 44, Sophia 120, Cummings Lot Track A 42, Experiment 50, Belvedere, that's Plantation, Belvedere 35, Hampshire 47, Amelia's Ward. Yes, we're going to regularize a certain portion of Amelia's Ward. That's 489 lots there. Mr. Chairman, this year, the areas that I just called, and approximately 1,218 lots for which we are regularizing for persons who we have deemed as our next priority list. Activity 6, acquisition of lands, because you will know this is an ongoing activity. Activity 7, the utilities as you just highlighted. That is in terms for water and electricity expansion. Bring your follow-ups.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, before I continue, I think during my questions put to the minister, I request of him to provide a disaggregated sum for all the activities. So I heard about Silica City. I don't know how much Silica City costs. So please, I need those information.
I'll give you. Right.
Honorable Minister, I think you missed some of the heads in terms of the amount.
No, you didn't miss the heads, you missed.
Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
All right, so I provided the information on the 4-lane. I provided on the Missy 4-lane. Let me repeat then. 7.3 for the Eccles to Diamond. That is to complete this year. The schooner I just mentioned to you is 5.4 for this year, continue this year. I just give you the main office is $467.5 million. That's phase 1. The new project, this is one you didn't get. So for example, Mabruma, $5 million. The Metamirzark phase 3, $1.5 billion. Sturtville West, $1.5 billion. Sturtville East, $5 million. Lenora phase 2, $1 billion. The Endrak, $1 billion. Block 6 Hope, $528 million. Block C and D Hope, $301.5 million. Block A and B Hope, $164.2 million. Success, $1.3 billion. Enterprise, $5 million. Plantation on Perel, $5 billion. Great Diamond, Block 3, $1 billion. Block 7, 1. Block 11, $1 billion. Block 13, $1.3 billion. Good Hope Phase 4, $635 million. $1 billion on Silica City. Burma Phase 2, $830.2 million. Shieldstone, $1 billion. Baltiak, 442 million. Palmyra, Prospect Palmyra, 5 million. Number 75, Block B Village, 918.7 million. Number 76 Village, 918.7 million. Block CHB Bartica, 614.4 million, where we're going to be building houses. Amelia's Ward, Phase 4B, we call this one, starting with $10 million. Conception, another $5 million. Then on the regularization for infrastructure works, $10 million each on the areas that I called: Charity, Potential, Storeville, Tushan, Chatamargo, Block SS, Sophia, Comislaw, Track A, Experiment, Belvedere, Plantation Belvedere, that is Hampshire, Topo, Amelia's Ward. The utilities, another $10 million.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would request of the honorable member to lay over the information that he just shared with us in the National Assembly. I have constituents and I have to inform them what is happening in the housing sector. Mr. Chair, the list the honorable member shared not so long with us, I haven't heard him mention the dump site road, but I know that we have works currently ongoing on the dump site road where you have several contractors. So perhaps the honorable member can inform the House where in budget 2023 that provision has provision for the dump site road, and it can also provide to the National Assembly the list of contractors and the associated sum awarded to all the contractors doing work along that stretch. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I come prepared to answer questions. I'm not laying over any information. Secondly, in terms of
Go ahead, Minister.
That's all right. I like the exchange. Yeah, in terms of the landfill, it's a Hagsbush landfill road, not a dump site. And on this here, we're here to prepare to answer in terms of the budgetary allocation for the 50 billion. But Mr. Chairman, there are works ongoing. The honorable member is correct. There's three portions. One that is catered for from the Windsor Estate that will go to the public road. One is catered from Windsor between the 4-lane to Windsor. And then there's another portion which is beyond now, we're entering in the vicinity of where the landfill is. That portion is not being done under Central Housing and Planning Authority. In fact, that is going to be catered for through Public Works, and that is part of the construction that will be done, or the road alignment that will be done from the Ogle to Eccles, Forest Phase, and then of course the Eccles, that landfill road, it will be one of the main conduit point, one of the main access for that East Coast 4-lane road. In terms of the work that is ongoing there that you see now, that the funds for that is being done from the remaining funds for that is being done through the housing funds, not from this year budget.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, can the honorable member share with the House the entire project cost for the land site road? Thank you.
Honorable member, you have to ask a question for the minister responsible. I think the minister said Public Works. Was that land? He's doing from Windsor to the public road. Yeah.
Ministry of Housing and Water, Central Housing Plan Authority is doing between the 4-lane to Windsor. So that is not, that cost is not here in this budget. You can ask a follow-up question on another day.
Not ahead. Honorable Ferguson.
Mr. Chair, the honorable member informed the National Assembly that the works currently ongoing on that stretch is being done by the Central Housing and Planning Authority utilizing the housing funds. And by right, it should provide the National Assembly the cost, the project cost, the project cost for that particular project. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to listen to this member. It makes it sound like we don't provide information. Mr. Chairman, I said the completion of that project is being done through the housing fund. I'm here to defend the 50 billion on this line item that you're asking. Yes. You can ask that follow-up question through parliamentary process all the time.
You don't determine for me.
Honorable Ferguson.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Continuing, in the list, the honorable member stated that 1 billion is going towards Silica City. The question I wish to ask put to the honorable member, one, whether lots have been allocated, and secondly, whether low-income earners will be benefiting from those allocations out in Silica City, and the total number of lots in Silica City. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, this amount is going towards further land preparation for the construction of houses, and for which I alluded to have already been started. In terms of the number of houses, we're starting with the first 100 houses immediately. That will be starting by next month.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the honorable member state whether from the 75,509 pending applications you have on file, whether low-income earners will be benefiting from an allocation there in Silica City?
Honorable member. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, not only just Silica City, the entire Suzdijk Highway is being addressed, and that will be made available for all categories of applicants. We, in fact, if you recall, during His Excellency's outreach two weeks ago to the Suzdijk Highway, we did indicate as part of the entire activities for Suzdijk, we'll see 3 areas we will identify to zone for us to regularize a number of those persons who are along the highway. In fact, where Silica City is falling, there are persons who are occupying there illegally. We are addressing them.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, since the honorable member refused to answer my question directly, whether low-income earners from the 75,509 pending applications will be benefiting from a house lot. I can only conclude that Silica City is a third Prado Vale.
Please don't assume, Minister, you want to repeat? I think I heard quite clearly.
I want to repeat the lesson of the Honorable Edgelwood said. Assumption is what? Mr. Chairman, I said the persons who will be benefiting from the Silica City are persons from or pending applications.
Honorable member, Mr. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Honorable Minister mentioned that some $830 million is allocated for Burma, 1 billion for Shieldstown, and 442 million for Baltiok. According to the project profile, it states that infrastructure works, including construction of roads, bridges, water distribution, and electrical works and land preparations, are expected to be done in these schemes. Could the Honorable Minister say whether all these works will be done in Burma, Shieldstown, and Baltiok, and when these works are expected to begin?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the costs identified there are for basic infrastructure, and that is for the roads and drainage access. The works, in fact, we have already tendered, and following in another 2 weeks max, you'll hear announcements of awarding of a number of contracts for many of these areas for new development of new areas for persons to be able to, for the first time, own their own plot or home.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister for the state, how many lots will be provided by these three schemes? And also, the lots for the three schemes, and how soon the applicants can access these lots?
Honorable Minister.
When you say, just a clarification, when you say lots, you mean how we tendering lots or you mean the allocation lots?
House lots.
Oh.
Honorable
I
Minister.
can quickly get that, but the second part of your question is when the person will be able to access is intended to persons, all these areas that we called or I listed, all persons are expected to access by the end of this year. But I can easily provide you on your allocations.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ferguson.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, as a follow-up for the three areas, just now.
Honorable Minister, go ahead.
Yeah, for a follow-up for the three areas you asked about, it's catering about 1,500 lots.
Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I recall during the budget debates, both members alluded to the fact that they have created 53 new housing schemes. So my question to the honorable member, the same line item, can he provide to this National Assembly from the 53, right? Or one, he can perhaps lay over the list detailing the 53 new housing schemes recently developed. And secondly, can he inform the National Assembly whether in the 53 there are housing schemes that were developed under the coalition government, right?
Honorable Minister, you.
Beep, beep. Mr. Chairman, may I make this point, please? Allow me to make this point. All of the areas that the AP and UAFC government made allocations for, the PVPC government has provided the infrastructure work for all those persons to access. Now that we've established that, let me go list some of these areas. Luston Rust, Cornelia Ida, Edinburgh, Lenora, Strodeville, Metamerzorg, Little Diamond, Great Diamond, Prospect, Providence, if I'm going too fast, tell me. Annandale, Vigilance, Bladen Hall, Strathspey, Cummings Lodge, LBI, Monrepo, Hope Experiment, number 79, number 75, Hampshire, Williamsburg, Ordnance, Fortlands. Then you have on the Deeming, St. Joseph, Charity, Buxton, Bromveld, Metamerzorg, Edinburgh, Dickinson, Bowling Grove, Block 18, that's by Caneville, Little Diamond, Great Diamond, Blocks 1, 9, Commercial Hub, Great Diamond, Block 5, Peters Hall, Commercial, Bowling Grove, Blocks 15 and 17, La Reconnaissance, these are under construction. Vigilance, Vigilance is complete. Vigilance, Bladen Hall, Strathspey, LBI Phase 4, Cummings Lodge, because there are two phases. LBI Phase 2, Letem, Pogbridge, as commonly called, Amelia's Ward, Fowles and More Commercial Enterprise Non-Parel Golden Grove Block 9. The first set 26 and the second set is 28. That will give you 53.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for program 452, housing development, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to pages 230 and 231. Give the minister's staff a few moments to get in place. Honorable members, I now propose a question for Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 453, Water Service Expansion and Management Current Expenditure. Propose that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question. Honorable member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I turn the honorable member attention to line item 6255, other transport, travel and postage. I notice we have a 150 increase as against 2022. Can the honorable member state the reason for the increase?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, 6255. Is that you're asking? Just verifying because
Repeat,
you have,
Honorable Ferguson.
you
Minister is
have,
asking which one of the
6265.
oh, thank you. Yes, other transport, travel and postage. And the allocation for this, Mr. Chairman, is for provision for whether it's bus, boat, or air for the categories of staff stated here.
Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Through you, Mr. Chair, may I turn our attention to 6284, other. I note we have an increase as against 2022. Can the honorable member explain the reason for the increase? And also, you can assist in providing the disaggregation of this amount and what constitutes other.
Honorable Minister.
6284, a variation of an increase of 478,000. The categories is for procurement notices, advertisement, radio and television ads, and if any billboard is required.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, can I draw the honorable member attention to line item 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organization. There seems to be a smaller figure for 2023 as against what was actually budgeted for 2022 and also revised for 2022. Can the honorable member explain what would have caused the decrease for 2023 and what this sum will be utilized for?
Honorable Minister.
I know it's going to GWI.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, 6321 subsidies to local organizations. There are two categories of this for this expense. One is $500 million that is for hinterland operations, that is to support their day-to-day activities, and $900 million for electricity charges for incurred by GWI.
Thank you, Minister.
And your
Honorable
question
member.
was basically why did it reduce, or your custom seeing things increase? We
Honorable
have-
member, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chair, on the same line item, could the Honorable Minister state what is the current bill that GWI has for Guyana Power and Light, and if they have outstanding payments for the year 2022?
Honorable Minister.
Thanks to prudent management of the economy and injection of additional resources to the ministry and GWI, we have zero arrears for electricity.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 453, Water Service Expansion and Management. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we turn to page 516. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 453, Water Service Expansion and Management, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Fitzroy Jones.
Mr. Chair, on the water supply improvement project, could the Honorable Minister state what are the provisions for improved water services or water supply in the areas listed according to the project profile, and if it is for first-time customers or expansion of distribution networks?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, let me start with 1601800, water supply. This is for enhancement project. Mr. Chairman, repeatedly in a lot of the presentations that were made by the opposition, they complained and their concern was with respect to the quality of water, with respect to the quality of water being delivered to households. And so, as a result of an assessment that has been done, so for example, the quality of water has to do because of the number of untreated water that's being delivered to those customers. On the coastland, it's about 52% of treated water when you think about regions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then Bartica Central for region 7. As a result of that assessment, this PPPC government has decided to invest to ensure that by 2025, we will be able to deliver a minimum of 90% of treated water across the coast. So the $1 billion here, last year, we have already signed contracts for 7 new treatment plants, which we'll talk about on the other program, on the coastal water. But on the water supply enhancement project, in order to fast track for the citizens of Guyana to get a better quality of life, through a CDB loan, which is in the initial phase of $26.3 million US, we have here catered for 6 new water treatment plants in the following areas. 1, for Walton Hall to Charity, to a new water treatment plant. And Mr. Chairman, all of these areas and these treatment plants I'm alluded to, by the end of February, we will be going out, before the end of February, we'll be going out for the tenders for them. and my mayor also made this point, through the strengthening of the human capital in GWI, we have been able to save the taxpayers millions of dollars because the designs for all of these are being done through the staff at GWI. And so the treatment plants catered for here are, as I said, area Walton Hall to Charity, that's one. Region 3, Wakenham, and this, we're constructing a water treatment plant there. Region 3 continuing, another water treatment plant. Now this is for leg 1, so there's 2 for Region 3 under this program. The entire Wakenham. Region 5, from number 7 village to Kingley. Region 5 continuing, another water treatment plant at Bath. And Region 6 at Adventure. This is what the initial $1 billion is catered for. I can go into individual, if you would like, Mr. Chairman, if the honorable member would like, I could go into all the areas in those catchments that you want, the amount of beneficiaries.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Jordan.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. You can lay over the breakdown in terms of the amount of customers that are to benefit. But I just want to clarify, Minister, Honorable Minister, that is, whether any expansion of networks will be conducted or first-time customers will
So can I ask if you could save that when we come to the coastal water? Right, we'll get to talk more on that.
All right, let's go back to the tree.
Honorable Minister, you said coastal water?
Yeah, no, coastal water for the questions that the honorable member is asking, we have information, but it's on another program, so unless you want to go into it.
According to my...
It could be answered on the 453.
The information, yeah, 453.
Yes, it could be answered.
All right.
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, under line item 280-2200, there are a number of activities catered for here. So, for example, well, we have, first of all, $126 million rollover, and these are from first-time access for installation and upgrades networks, including Parika Bagdam, as well as extension works that were done at Kurukururu, as well as Moblisa, Kairuni, Long Creek, and Swan. Extension, these are all rollovers I'm detailing. Extension of the Friendship and Sophia water treatment plant, so this would be an extension, Honorable Jordan. Installation of transmission mains from Virginusian to Zealot, this retention is catered for here. Extension of distribution mains for unserved areas, the rollover is catered for. And procurement of inline filter for Sparndam well station. This is a pilot. So this is what the rollover is catered for. Let's go to the other activities. Under this program, we are catering for, as I alluded to, we had signed last year for new treatment plants. The CDB program I just mentioned to you, this is coming on stream this year. So those are 6. There are 7, and if I may give you some information here. So we have the treatment plant from Ondiniming and Parika. This is a multi-year project. This program is expected to be completed sometime by mid next year. Also, as part of treatment plants, Wales and Parfait Harmony, as well as Caledonia, Cummings Lodge, and Bachelor's Adventure. These are all multi-year. Upgrade of, so you have there, so let me give you. On the naming Parika 2, Wales and Parfait, 2 more, that's 4. Caledonia, Cummings Lodge, and Bachelor's Adventure, 3. So that gives you 7, right? So those are 7 new treatment plants. Then we come to upgrading of treatment plants, existing treatment plants. Catered for are the Virginusian Fellowship and Port Drawing, Eccles, Covent Garden, and Grove. So I'm giving you in clusters, right? And then on the East Coast, Better Hope, Mon Repos, and Friendship. Then you come to Cotton Tree, New Amsterdam, and Port Morant, Region 6. In addition to that, so I've given you here the breakdown for the 12 billion, right? In addition to that, we have small treatment plants. We expect to construct a number of small treatment plants too. And these include in areas such as Sparndam, Annandale, LBI, Helena Well, Weldad, Farm, Johanna Yakasari, Lesbiona Maibikuri, Crabwood Creek, and Edinburgh. Including in this 12 billion are also catering for transmission mains and to address non-revenue water. So as part of those transmission, you have Port Drawing, Virginusian, Parfait, Caledonia, Cummings Lodge. Drilling of a new well on the Neeming, Cummings Lodge, and Caledonia. Also included in this activity are procurement of water meters. Mr. Chairman, we intend to procure 35,000 water meters this year, 30,000 under the coastal program, and another 5,000 under the urban sewage and water program, which is the next program. And including in this cost are also for the installation of a minimum, because we're buying, but minimum of at least 25,000 or 30,000 water meter and with their boxes. In this metering program, by the end of this year, what we're targeting, but by the end of this year, Georgetown will be at least 95%. And what we are targeting is for those areas that we're putting in the treatment plants. So it means, you reach the level of services improved. We're also targeting them following that with the metering program. Part of the 12 billion too also include the purchase of electromechanical equipment, extension of transmission distribution in a number of unserved areas, provision of a new water source for a new supply, and that's at 4 and 5 miles, new housing development, Bartica. Bartica at 5 Mile, there is a challenge in terms of the level of the services received by the household. We have found a new source, and I just alluded to, we are constructing houses in Bartica, so all of this area will be catered for under this program. We intend also to drill a new well at Lima in Region 2, a new well at Bamia, Circuitville and Rockstone, a new well at Waikabra, increase our storage facility at both the Caironi, because we did some work, but now we're dealing with storage, Boblissa and Long Creek. We're going to be procuring a heavy-duty equipment excavator in Hayab, and purchasing a portable 300 kVA standby generator. The purpose for this, Mr. Chairman, is that for areas that we may have prolonged blackout, we can move on the coastline, we can quickly move that generator to power the plant. And so when there's challenge in the area from a long-term perspective. So that's a breakdown of what the $12 billion is expected to be expended on.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Jordan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mr. Chair, permit me to ask the Honorable Minister in 3 parts, because
you might have to restrict that to 1 part, because I have 2 minutes remaining, including the 6 minutes saved from all the previous years.
Oh my.
Oh yes.
All right. Can I confirm, Mr. Chair, I have confirmation from the Honorable Minister whether extension of water distribution network would be done at Ithaca on the west bank of Bobis?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'm advised that yes, that will be catered for under the Cotton Tree expansion.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also, could the Honorable Minister state what is the what would be the composition of these small water treatment plants? To be specific, will there be filtration, aeration, and the various chemical treatments at these water treatment plants?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we're using the technology of inline filters.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we have exhausted the time, including the savings from the previous heads. So I am now required to put the question that the sum stated for program 453, water service expansion and management, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and your staff, for taking us through your agency. Honorable members, let us invite the Honorable Minister of Education and her staff to join us as we turn to pages 198 and 199. Honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, Program 401, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh-Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6301. Could the Honorable Minister disaggregate for us the education subventions?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fees payable to CXC, that's the Caribbean Examinations Council, the body who manages our secondary exit, primary exit, and A-level exit exam.
Mr. Chair, 6301.
Go ahead, Honorable.
To CXC, to the National Accreditation Council, and to pay NIS gratuity and leave passage of persons who are on petty contracts, or who
Thank
were
you.
on petty contracts.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Could you say if TVET falls under this subvention too, the TVET
No.
Council?
No, it doesn't.
Thank you. Could the Honorable Minister, Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister tell us the sum allocated for the National Accreditation Council?
Honorable Minister.
The sum under this line, because it's not one sum.
It's a subvention, isn't it?
$50.7 million. Staff is different though.
Sorry?
$50.7 million. $50.76 million.
Thank you very much,
The
Madam
Guyana
Minister.
Teachers Union also receives a subvention under this line.
Thank you.
Honorable Member, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, today, under the same line item, 6301, subvention for the NAC. Today we learned that a provider of education who the Medical Council has disassociated themselves with, the former Minister of Health, Dr. Ramsamy, would have caused that proprietor to be locked up for false.
Honorable member, a couple of infractions here. I don't think the honorable doctor is here to represent himself. That's one, and secondly, we have to ask a question pertaining
Thank you,
to
Mr. Chair.
the service which the allocation is seeking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under 6301, the subvention for the National Accreditation Council, a questionable character was granted 3 years permission to run a medical program. Could the minister say if there would be training for the external evaluators in higher education?
Honorable Minister.
So the National Accreditation Council is managed and operated in accordance with legislation. That council is run actually by a council of persons appointed in accordance to that law. We at the Ministry of Education do not get involved in the everyday activities, and we're certainly not qualified or don't have the jurisdiction to accredit or discredit anyone. I would expect, and I am aware, that the NAC, since you were there, would hire persons who are skilled in different fields to accredit different persons. I don't think anyone in the country should treat accreditation as definitive. They're always subject to conditions. I don't know what you speak of, so clearly my day was a little bit busier than yours, or I was not in touch with the news, but I think we can feel safe that the Accreditation Council is operating according to law and that they have very reputable persons on the council who will take any complaint seriously.
Honorable
Follow up on that
Singleton.
same item, Mr. Chair. Could we ask that since the National Accreditation Council reports to the Minister of Education, that that particular report be laid over to us?
Which report?
The registration of North Shore Medical Institute.
Thank you very much. Do you have another question pertaining to the item, honorable member, for minister in this particular area? No, then I'll call the honorable member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6281. In 2022, we had a total sum of 90893. 2023, 100066. Can the Honorable Minister be kind to explain to us as to what may have been responsible for this increase?
Honorable
6281.
Honorable Minister.
The increase is reflective of the increase in the established minimum wage paid directly to security providers as per contract effective from December 1st, 2022.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 401, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 511. Same agency, 40, Ministry of Education, Program 401, Policy Development and Administration, capital expenditure. And I propose the question that the sum provided herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Natasha Singles. No? Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Member, Ms. Singlevis.
Sir, there's a sum of $78 million for the project description says provision for upgrading of electrical system. Could the minister give us a breakdown of this project, particularly which building and where?
Honorable Minister.
121,500.
So this is to look at the electrical infrastructure rehabilitation at the MOE's annex at Smythe Street, 21 Brickdam, the office is there, the exams division, and 68 Brickdam.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 401, Policy Development and Administration Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, could we turn to pages 200 and 201? And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, Program 402, Training and Development, current expenditure. And I propose that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 402, Training and Development, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to page 511. Same program, 402, Training and Development, capital expenditure. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 402, Training and Development, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to pages 202 and 203. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 403, Nursery Education, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Maureen Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6116. 2022, we had 0 contracted employees. 2023, we now have 90. Can the Honorable Minister be kind to explain to us as to what we've been responsible for this?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, hitherto, we had cleaners on a temporary establishment. So they weren't given benefits like leave and gratuity and didn't have other security and tenure that is usually provided for by contract. We have placed more than 90 cleaners on contract. These are persons who are mostly women. So I'm sure this is something you'd be able to get behind and support.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Cox, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me congratulate the Honorable Minister, first of all, for placing these cleaners on contract, on the establishment. My question is to the Honorable Minister. Could you state how many of these cleaners that were placed are in the Borima-Waini region?
So
Thank you.
the way the budget is crafted, this addresses Georgetown. Borima-Waini would come under the Ministry of Local Government and local government and regional development.
Thank you, Ms.
Under the education delivery program there.
Thank you, honorable members. I now put a question that is sum stated for program 403 nursery education. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 512. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 403 nursery education capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Mr. Chair, I hope I'm at the right place, 2607100. Stay there, 2500. And when I look at the volume 3, it speaks to completion of buildings in Gabriel's Nursery, extension of building, and the construction of bridge and fence, Alexander Village Nursery. I recognize that from visits to Alexander Village Nursery, the fence is relatively good. What I also recognize, Madam Minister, is that the sanitary facility is inadequate to take care of the enrollment of that institution. And so, question to you is if any consideration was given towards having the sanitary block of that institution looked at, one. And two, it speaks to Benab at Sophia and Ascension Nursery. From attending a teachers' meeting, I recognize my colleague from Selamaris Nursery would be complaining every so often. Pillars are up over 4 years for a Benab, but to date, they have not been able to. And so again, I would ask if there's any consideration being given towards helping this institution to have the Benab completed, which will take learning beyond the walls of the classroom. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
I'll have a look at it, but I could tell you that is the condition I met. Lots of beginning projects, lots of projects that were intended. St. Rose's flat on the ground, Good Hope Secondary started, not finished. Yarra Cabra started, not finished. Prospect never started. That is the condition I met, the dilapidated nature of how civil works was attended to by the previous administration. If there is a Benab that has gone up or half gone up that hasn't been completed, we can have a look at it to see in the terms of priority where that is. I can tell you that currently from last year's budget, there's an extension happening at Stella Maris Primary, which the nursery feeds into. These projects are usually, so the fence at Alexander Village or the bridge are usually projects that are asked for by the PTA, the stakeholders of the school, and then assessed by the ministry's Civil Works Department. That's how we would usually get to it. But I can also say this. If in the course of the year, there is a bigger need for something than what was initially planned for, there can be a change of program to accommodate that. But I do caution that what you see as a visitor may not be what the PTA body thinks is necessary at their school. So we would have to hear from them. We're big on consultation with and amongst the people we serve.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2607-100. Could the Honorable Minister list the type of furniture and equipment to be purchased and where will these be placed?
Honorable Minister.
These are all for nursery schools, so there will, or in the nursery department, so there are 2 executive chairs for 2 officers, 2 executive chairs for 2 accountants, 1 printer for an administrator, 2 air conditioning units, 1 shredder, 1 photocopy machine, 20 filing cabinets with 4 drawers, 20 filing cabinets with 2 drawers, 29 fire extinguishers, 58 tablets, 15 desktop computers, 10 aquarium for schools, 10 executive chairs, 40 teachers' chairs with metal legs, 15 teachers' tables, 12 single bed with mattresses, 27 television sets with DVD players. That should be it.
Thank you,
Chair, a
Minister.
follow-up.
Honorable Member,
Based on
please.
the response from the Honorable Minister, I suspected these things are not for the department,
They're
but
for
for the
nursery
nursery
schools.
schools.
The
Could it-
mattresses, beds, and so
Honorable
on are where
Minister,
kids
could you
nap.
allow her to complete the question?
Could the Honorable Minister lay over a list of the nursery schools that will benefit from these furniture and equipment?
I could tell you
Honorable
now.
Minister.
Precious Jewel Nursery, Gay Stock, Starters Nursery, Head Start Nursery, Happy Hearts, Polly Nursery, East Street Nursery, St. Gabriel's Nursery, Smythe Street Nursery, Selman Fraser Nursery, Leanna Nursery, Alexander Village Nursery, Enterprise Nursery, Lodge Nursery, Roxanne Burnham Nursery, Stella Maris Nursery, St. Christopher Nursery, Sophia Nursery, Ascension Nursery, Houston Nursery, All Boys Town Nursery, South Rumvelt Nursery, Bel Air Nursery, Carmelita Nursery, Turkine Nursery, Seafield Nursery, Cummings Park Nursery, St. Peter's Nursery, Agricola Nursery, amounting to 29 schools, which really gives each school something that they ask for.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Singh Lewis. Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, 12-15-300. Can the Honorable Minister say what is the current percentage of completion for the completion of St. Gabriel's Nursery? And the planned duration here says 1st of January 2022 to 31st of December 2023. The other 2 projects listed, are they included as projects that started, or these are 2 new projects to start this year?
Honorable Minister.
St. Gabriel's is an 8-month project, and it is 3/4, 75% finished if I'm to use the payments made so far, because payments are usually made according to measured works. And while I don't have a percentage of completion here, we have paid so far $4 to $5 million out of $60 million. So I would say it's about 75% complete.
Thank you, Minister.
Sir,
Follow-up, Honorable Member, Mr.
So there was a
Mahi.
second part, whether extension of building and construction of bridge and fence at Alexander Village Nursery, and construction of Benab at Sophia and bridge at Ascension Nursery Schools, if those are 2 new projects for 2023, or they began in 2022.
Honorable Minister.
So at the top of it's new. It's a new project. It's not on the rollover. So St. Gabriel's is on the rollover, but these are new projects.
Sir, thank you.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you. I just want to say to the Honorable Minister that
Over, but these are new projects.
Sir, thank you.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you. I just want to say to the Honorable Minister that in the PAC, we have found that not all times monies are paid on measured work. So perhaps her team should visit to verify that indeed 75% of this school, St. Gabriel's Nursery, is completed, and we are paying for measured works.
Honorable Minister.
I will note that the current years before you at the PAC do not apply to this current administration.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2607-400. Could the minister say to us the equipment, furniture and equipment, could the minister tell us for Region 1, because this is a project, a national project, Region 1 to 10, tell us about the equipment and furniture that would be going to Region 1.
Honorable Member, Region 1 you said, right?
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
education is decentralized. The Ministry of Education here would not be answering for Region 1. The Region 1 allocations for education delivery and any service in education would be found under the Ministry of Local Government and Local Government, Minister Dharamlal's program under the education program.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I need your guidance here, because when I look at volume 3, 182, it says region 1 to 10, and it also says national. And this particular sum and purchase is not on the local government. It says the executing agency is the Ministry of Education.
Right, but I also know, having sat on all sides of the House, that Georgetown is treated very special and it comes specifically as Ministry of Education. I think it's even listed as 11, something like that.
District.
Yeah, District 11. So appropriately, I think it's region. When we come to local government in the morning, we can see what's available.
Sir, guide me as to why the legend says the executing agency is the Ministry of Education.
Yes.
And regions 1 to 10, and it's a national project.
But we'll find out from the budget director, because as far as I know, it's always been District 11, Georgetown, Ministry of Education, head office. Honorable Minister, you want to answer that? Why it's listed as regions 1 to 10 plus Georgetown plus national?
Because it augments other regions, and I'm just giving an answer as I received it, but this provision is for the Georgetown Nursery Education Delivery Program.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 403, nursery education, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 204 and 205. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, Program 404, Primary Education, current expenditure, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 404, Primary Education, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We can go to page 512, honorable members, capital expenditure. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 404 primary education capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Ms. Maureen Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1215400, provision for schools and educational facilities. Can the Honorable Minister explain to us what are the facilities that would be awarded to the schools and which are the schools that would be benefited from this line item?
Honorable Minister.
The extension of Stella Maris is going to be completed. And we had promised to the children and parents of Arthurville and Wakenham that we would rebuild the school entirely. So that began and it's going to be completed this year. Additionally, this year, as was said by the Minister of Finance as well as myself, for the first time, we have embarked on a mapping across the education sector, where we're going to determine very shortly exactly which school needs to be repaired, which one needs to be extended, and which one needs to be built from scratch, where we have need. It is under this profile that those works will be completed, and we'd be happy to share that with you once that mapping is completed.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 404 primary education capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated. Honorable members now stand part of the estimates. Please let us turn to pages 206 and 207. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 405 secondary education current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 405 secondary education current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 512. I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency Forte, Ministry of Education, Program 402, Secondary Education Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, Honorable Member Mr. Mahipal, and we have Ms. Natasha Singh this afternoon.
Sir, secondary schools, 12, 15, 500. I see a sum of $5.5 billion. And I want to ask specifically from the legend, number 2, provision for St. Rose's and Bishop's High Schools, and Yarra Cabra, Northwest and East and North Rumbelt Secondary Schools. These are, I see the planned duration has from 2019 to 2025. But these will be new schools to start in 2023.
No, so St. Rose's, you would recall, was demolished sometime around 2017, 2018, and never got rebuilt. We began to rebuild that, and that's going to be completed in June of this year. The North Rumbelt multilateral was destroyed by fire in 2021. We began to rebuild that last year. It's going to be completed in this year by September. The Northwest Secondary School was destroyed by arson in 2021. We began to rebuild that, and it's going to be completed in 12 months hence, which would be sometime at the end of this year. St. Winifred's is an extension so that we could actually seat more children comfortably, and East Rumvelt is an extension of that school so that we could seat more children comfortably. Both of them should be finished by June of this year.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member. Mr.
Sir, thank
Mahibur.
you. This Northwest School, the full sum is in this budgeted sum of 5.5 billion to start this year.
No, it's a rollover. We advanced for mobilization last year because we signed a contract last year with the contractor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Under the same, this is a follow-up question. I notice here Roses, Bishops, Northwest, and so on. And common feature is fire. The minister said last week that the government promised to rebuild all those schools. Could the minister tell us what is the intention for St. George's?
Honorable Minister.
So St. George's was before it got destroyed by fire on land that was owned by the church, as was Christ Church, which really ought to be registered again in the House, because we've said that publicly everywhere. And yet I see very strange suggestions being made that the schools were destroyed so that somebody could use the land. The land is owned by the church, two different churches. The St. George's Secondary School, there is every intention of rebuilding both St. George's and St. Mary's. Whether we rebuild at the same location is still something we're looking at, because the location might not be ideal and conducive for the kind of education we want to deliver. If we don't have other space, given that we have to have schools that are close to children's homes, then we will rebuild on that location.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis. Then we have the Honorable Member.
Committee Chairman, 2607-400. Could the minister lay over a list of schools that will benefit? And I notice this is a Region 4 project.
No. 2607-400, you said?
Minister.
So I can give you that now.
Yes.
They're all the Georgetown secondary schools, but I can list them for you now. Ascension Secondary, Brigham Secondary, Carmel Secondary, Charlestown Secondary, Christchurch Secondary, Cummings Lodge Secondary, Dolphin Secondary, East Rumville Secondary, Freeburg, Houston, Kingston Lodge, New Campbellville, North Georgetown, North Rumville, Queens College, Queenstown, Richard Ishmael, Sophia Special, South Rumville, St. Barnabas, St. John's College, St. Joseph's High, St. Rose's High, St. Stanislaus College, St. Winifred's, the Bishop's High, New Central High, Tuckville Secondary, Tutorial High, West Rumville, Agricola PIC, Industrial Arts, the first one was Homex, Durban Backlands PIC, Kingston PIC, Sophia PIC, Harold B. Davis Special School, the MOE Visually Impaired Unit, the Good Hope Secondary, which is going to be completed by June, and the Yarrow Cabra Secondary, which is going to be completed by May. Both in Region 4 will also benefit from provisions under this head.
Thank you, Minister. Follow up, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2607-500, SEIP. Minister, at this point in time, I'm glad you told us that Good Hope would be completed by June of this year. But could you tell us the cost that it will, what cost will it take us to the end of this project?
Honorable Minister.
So let's retrace the history of Good Hope. In or around 2014, we had secured funding from the World Bank for the building of 6 secondary schools to bring us closer to universal secondary education. Everything was done. The groundwork was laid, the funding was secured. That school was awarded sometime in 2017 or 18 under the APNU AFC, and it never got completed. It is a World Bank project. That means the funding is being provided by a World Bank loan. They have certain requirements when something like this happens, when a party fails to deliver projects on time to the detriment of children, I might add. And one of the conditions is that public procurement is done for the entire world for someone who wishes to, or anybody who wishes to bid to complete the project. The lowest bid, responsive bid we got to complete the incomplete project, badly managed secondary school civil works by the APNU was for 1.45 million US. That is what bad management and poor governance costs this country and the children of this country. And the people who did that should hang their heads in shame, because children are now crowded in auditoriums and on the stairs and cannot attend school because it's not finished. Yes, sir. They should hang their
Honorable
heads.
Minister, I give you a beep. You want to withdraw the word that's on parliament?
I will withdraw the word that is unparliamentary and say that people who manage this project and fail to bring it in should hang their heads and wring their hands because they failed the children of the East Coast. Children of the East Coast are still attending primary tops. This school is going to allow us to close all the secondary departments of primary schools on the East Coast. And these are some of the consequences of bad management in government and poor governance.
Honorable Member Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Thank you, sir. Apparently, the Minister of Education forgot that last week was the budget speeches. She's still in her speech mode, but let me go on. On the same line item, sir, could the Minister say to us the cost of the design for the Prospect Secondary School?
Honorable Minister, and again, Honorable Minister. I want to remind you that you speak to the chair.
I am advised, Mr. Chair, that the cost of the design for the Prospect School is $15 million.
Thank you very much.
This is also a school that should have finished under the last administration. Ineptness has really cost the children of this country.
Thank
really.
you. Thank
We
you,
have
Minister.
children sitting in auditoriums and on the stairways
Minister.
because these schools were not finished. That is how we have harmed them.
Honorable Member Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, the Minister of Education stood in this National Assembly and told us that all the children of our schools have textbooks. Can the Minister tell us from this same line item and some, how much would the textbook that would be purchased under this line item cost out of the total sum?
Honorable Minister.
So the Minister of Education didn't say all the children have textbooks. I think what she said is all the children will get textbooks. What she said is all the children of grade 6 for the first time in the history of the country received all the textbooks they needed. And all the children of primary school from grades 1 to 5 received already, save for the English texts, all the textbooks they needed. She said this year's budget is going to allow us to provide for the children of secondary schools all the texts they need except for the enrichment programs. I think that's what she said.
And the question was the cost, Honorable Minister.
Camera Chairman, under the same line item, there is procurement for equipment for smart classrooms. Could the minister tell us which are the schools that will benefit from these smart classrooms?
Thank you, Honorable MP. Honorable Minister.
So the secondary schools that will benefit from the smart classrooms are as follows. There will be 25 secondary schools benefiting from some aspect of smart classrooms. You would recall also that the previous Minister of Communications had said that she had installed smart classrooms across the country, and the parents and teachers and
Honorable
children
Minister, I
of
can't
those
recall. Honorable Minister, I can't recall. I wasn't here.
Mr. Speaker, in the 2020 budget, as well as in the public, the Honorable Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Minister of Trade and then Communication, former, had indicated incorrectly that there were smart classrooms installed at Charity and number 8 secondary, 8 of May Secondary and Linden and Berbice, and none of that was true. The only smart classroom that was established in this country was at North Ruimveldt Secondary in 2015, and none else had been established or installed in the 5 years that the minister was speaking of. This year, 22 to 25 smart classrooms will be enhanced or established in secondary schools across Guyana.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Camera Chairman, 2610500. Could the minister, Camera Chairman, this project title is Human Capital Strengthening Project. And I find that under the strengthening of human capital, we are constructing and rehabilitating schools. Could the minister tell us, I don't know what this is, but could the minister tell us the schools that will be constructed as against the ones that will be rehabilitated?
Honorable Minister.
So,
thank you, Minister. I'm listening.
Thank
you, Minister. I'm listening.
This is to address and engage with 7 schools in all, to construct 3 and rehabilitate 4 schools so that the human beings who are going into those schools could leave with capital of added education. They could have added value of quality education in those facilities.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member.
Follow up on the same line item, sir. I did ask for the names of the schools for construction and rehabilitation.
Honorable Minister.
Right. The Minister of Finance said in his budget speech, and I referred to it just now, that we're in the process of doing a mapping. It's almost finished. And once that is done, we're going to be able to decide and determine exactly where the priority is. Now, This will, a large part of this is going to go towards rehabilitating and repairing the multilateral schools in the country, beginning with Christianburg, which is in a really, really bad state, and which unfortunately got to that state because of poor attention and repair for a prolonged period of time under your government. And then for secondary schools, possibly at, well, for sure at Prospect, and then in other locations that the school mapping determines it's needed.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Sir, just a final question on this one. The sum here, I just want to get this, I want to leave here clear. This is $2 billion. $2 billion. Part of that $2 billion is the construction and rehabilitation of schools. The minister sits in this house and cannot tell us the 7 schools that will be constructed and rehabilitated. Is that clear?
That
Honorable Minister, I don't know, you're now asking the speaker a question, but this is a process for you to ask the minister. If I listen to the minister, I was quite clear with respect to the answer, mapping, and then determining priority. Honorable Minister, could
so
you enlighten us?
I can say with sureness, sir, if the honorable member doesn't find it clear enough, I'd be happy to say it again. Prospect Secondary, which should have been built under the 2014 project, never got off the ground. That will be built this year. Turkine Secondary, which is a brand new school that will house children from Sophia and in the eastern Georgetown area, is going to be built here. Secondly, we are in the process of a school mapping exercise. It's the first time it's been done in the country. What that means is that we find out from communities, people that we're all serving, parents, teachers, children, where are schools needed? Where do we need to repair? Where do we need to extend? Where do we need to construct anew? Once that is finished, I would be happy to tell you which schools are being constructed, which schools have been identified as a priority to be extended or repaired. Additionally, the multilateral schools in this country, which suffered severe disrepair and did not get attention for a prolonged period of time, 5 years to be exact, will receive money under this program, to have it repaired.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for program 405, secondary education capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to pages 208 and 209. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 406, post-secondary education, post-secondary tertiary education, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sums, honorable member, Mr. Mahi Paul.
Sir, 6301, education subvention and grants. We are on 406, right? Right, Comrade Speaker, Comrade Chairman, your guidance, please. We are at program 406, current. Education subvention and grants, 6301. Sir, I see that there's a sum here of 3,043,000,000 $440,000 for the University of Guyana Torkine campus. May I ask the Honorable Minister, what will this sum go for towards the University of Guyana? Is it a lump sum that was requested? And is it the sum that was requested from the University of Guyana?
Honorable Minister.
This provision caters for employment costs as well as at $2.715 billion, as well as operational expenses at $327.7 million.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Sir, please forgive me, but with the heckling, I didn't hear the figure that the minister called. Can she please repeat it, please?
$2.715 billion for employment costs and $327.7 million for operational expenses.
Thank you, sir. Sir, may I ask the Honorable Minister?
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much. Sir, I know that the University of Guyana haven't served there with distinction, much to the annoyance of my friends on the other side. Sir, may I ask if the University of Guyana in their submission to the ministry requested this amount? Because since my years there, sir, they have been requesting this amount, and I know with the increase in recurrent expenditure and maintenance of buildings and so on, if this is the amount that was requested, and I know that this government has education at heart. So I'm asking if that is the requested amount that the university requested.
Honorable Minister.
There's been an increase to the budget for the University of Guyana from 2022 to now. I can tell you, Mr. Mahipal, just like in your home, there are dreams and wishes for the best, and then we have to live within reality. I don't know at this stage exactly what the university requested, but I can almost assuredly tell you that this that is being given is a significant increase, more than $1 billion from the 2019 budget.
Sir,
thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Sir, as a former UGSS president there, I do have my friends who sit there still from the student body. And I'm guided, sir, by my student council representatives there still, that the University of Guyana requested a sum of $9 billion. And I see that the allocation here is $3 billion, thereabout, which is about 1/3 of the request. Can the Honorable Minister say what other measures they foresee to assist the
Honorable
University
Member,
of
Mr.
Guyana?
Maipol. First, we're dealing with some facts here. I don't know about your friends and the source of their information, but Honorable Member, Honorable Minister, please.
Sir, you cut me without me completing, so I thought that you were interjecting. So may I justify that I'm willing to lay over what was provided to me as the submission from my friends at the university as to what they requested, to justify that they did ask for $9 billion, sir.
Yes, you can lay over, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a budget for the nation is not very different from a budget for your house. So the same way Mr. Mahipal's or the opposition member, honorable members, wife may dream of a beautiful four-poster bed with newly painted walls and a brand new partner to go in it, she may only end up with one thing, one improvement, probably won't be the partner. So in the same way, sir, we in the nation, when we are budgeting, everybody will not get exactly what they want. What we do know is that the budget advances a program that was already voiced even before we got into office. We have said very clearly that the students of the University of Guyana who have already incurred debt will be given a pathway to clear that. We have said very clearly that we will not be charging UG fees for the children of the University of Guyana. And so I'm very happy to say that this budget takes us one step closer to getting there. We can make a lot of sensational noise and soundings about who asked for what and how much they really got, and then twist that on some talk show in the night to say we don't like a particular section. But I would invite the persons looking at this to look at the increase in fees under the APNU and determine from that who really likes the University of Guyana students and who don't. When I went into office here in 2020, Mr. Speaker, there were about 5 civil works projects that were incomplete. The bursary, the pump house, nothing that was started was ever completed. I think that is the legacy of the APNU as far as civil works go. So to answer the honorable member.
Honorable Minister, completed triggered me to watch the clock, and the time has been exhausted. Honorable members, we started this agency at 7:21, and according to my clock, it's 8:21.32. So I have no choice but now to put the question that the sum stated for Program 406, Post-Secondary Tertiary Education, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Similarly, honorable members, I have to put a question that the sum stated for Program 406, Post-Secondary Tertiary Education, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and all of your support staff, Vice Chancellor and the PS, for taking us through your agency. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we now invite the Honorable Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport to join us with his team. Honorable members, we can turn to pages 214 and 250. And we are starting at 824. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 441, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 6116 contracted employees. I've seen an increase of 8 contracted employees. Could you, one, provide us the rationale for these additional contracted employees?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Minister, I know you're very challenged. If you want, you can sit and pull the microphone to you.
I prefer to stand. It's
Go ahead.
To respect the House and also to respect my friends on the other side.
I agree. We respect you too.
Yes. So, in relation to the question that was asked, there is a variance of 6 new appointees. These are bonded employees who had done their scholarship and they've returned to work with the government of Guyana. I just want to identify them, not by name, but by their designation. 3 technical assistants, 3 engineers, and 2 relocated, 1 project officer, 1 house clerk.
No, someone has their microphone on. So I'm asking those online to just mute your mic, and if you have to interject, then you can put it on.
Yes. Yes, and then, well, that answers the question.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Mr. Figuera.
Yes, thank you. But in your response, you indicated 6. From what I'm recognizing here, there's 8 contracted employees. Could you also, when you stand to respond, say what is the unique skill set these contracted employees brings to the ministry?
Right, so I did identify the 8. The 6 were bonded, and there were 2 that were relocated from 6116, line item 6116. Right, it's from 6114 to 6116. And for the technical assistants, their support staff.
What skill do they bring?
And he was asking.
Except the ones that you like.
Yeah, technical drawings, and civil engineering.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Figuera.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Chairman Schuman. I'm trying to understand. All right, let us go to orders. 6284. $14 million has been allocated to this line item. Could you give some clarity with regards to what this money will be utilized for?
Minister, considering that you are vertically challenged, and as we would have seen, we've kind of developed a little bit of issue sometimes with the mic.
I'm happy to stand.
Okay, you could sit if you wish.
Yes.
His brain works still.
So this sum caters for graphic artists, production of digital content, quantity surveying services, bank charges, advertisement for tenders, services for payment of IT services and software upgrade, installation, and rental of, so research for technical services, and rental of tables and chairs and tents and that sort of payment.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Chieflet.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Minister, under contracted employees, I noted the 8 new persons who will be appointed, and you spoke about their technical expertise. When you go to your performance statement, index number 1, number of policies developed or updated for culture, youth, and sport in 2022, there is 0, and your target for 2023 is 3. Could you indicate to the House what are those 3 policies that you intend to update or bring to the House?
Yeah, so there are 2 policies that we're going to bring to the House. One is the sports policy, and the other one is the cultural policy. I think there was a mistake in relation to the printing on 3.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Opposition Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairman. Still continuing on the indicators, number 4, legal framework updating to facilitate development of culture, youth, and sport. In 2022, there was, well, no. And in 2023, there's an indication that the ministry intends to update the legal framework. Could you give an indication what those framework are?
Honorable Minister.
Right. So specifically for the National Trust.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairman. Still continuing on the indicators. Indicator number 5, you stated here a number of events in arts, entertainment, and recreational sector. In 2022, there's an indication that 20 such activities were had, and you indicated here in 2023 that you're slated to host 30. Could you indicate to this House what will be the 10 new events in arts, entertainment, and recreational sector?
Honorable Minister.
So there are 3 new areas on the culture that we are putting forward starting now. One is the Guyana Literary Festival. That is going to be part of a composite of activities happening around Mashramani. It's a new event for us where and just to give some explanation behind the idea of having this event and not just the basis, but how the public will benefit. So what we had before was the Guyana Prize for Literature, where taxpayers, government was making investment in supporting literary arts. That investment resulted in the production of many books, written form, plays, but all ended up on shelves and stacked boxes. The Literary Arts Festival is intended to bring all of the work that is associated with the Guyana Prize for Literature, to bring it alive. So for example, and we'll have 3 days, just so you get an idea of what the event, the Literary Arts Festival, looks like. It'll be a weekend of 3 days, but on the final day, you will have a play that is based on any previous winner of the Guyana Prize for Literature. And that play is being put on, currently being hosted, currently being, they had their rehearsals, they've been having their rehearsals, and just last night, none other than Miss Letitia Wright was able to go to the location to have a critique of the play while they were rehearsing, which is what the ministry organized. And subsequently, we were able to have an interview with her and a question and answer segment. That is, those are 3 days of events that will be added there. You also know that we had a number of additional activities that were catered for, or that we are catering for under this, for this year. Number one is the float parade is going to be added this year. We didn't have to cater for that last year because of COVID. That's the Mashramani float parade. Why do you look confused? We had Mashramani last year. So an additional activity that we're catering for is the Mashramani float parade. One of the other activities that we're catering for also under this year is the regatta that's going to be at the Blue Lake in Linden, which was a big success. There's also a steel pan on the beach that is going to be also held, that we're catering for this year. So those are the number of activities. So the other, I'm also being reminded that we're also putting in during the Literary Arts Festival, we have the Poetry Slam, the storytelling, the symposiums, etc.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you very much, Committee Chairman. Committee Chairman, for clarity, because the Honorable Minister, and you weren't here, sir, but essentially I was asking on the indicators. The Honorable Ministry stated here in 2022, they held 20 events, and they're slated to host 30 in 2023. So I'm trying to get an idea, what are those 10 new activities? So far, the Honorable Minister just noted 3. Mashramani Float Parade, which using his explanation because of COVID, it's a return. The regatta, which is held at the Linden Blue Lake, which was held last year, so it can't be a new. And I can't remember right now what's the third item, but you still to list the remaining 7.
Honorable Minister.
So I also listed the Literary Festival, but the Literary Festival had a number of events in there. So that's an example of the additional events. But we've also had we're also putting in a drama component where you're going to have 3 to 4 plays where the government of Guyana, the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, is going to be supporting those plays that are going to be held at 3 or 4 different times of the year. The first one is starting during the Literary Festival, but we've already had that engagement, and we're going to have the second one around Independence.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Member.
All right. Sir, while I encourage the Ministry of Culture to Sport, which is very important to all of us in Guyana, could I ask the Honorable Minister to lay over the 10 new events for clarity?
Honorable Minister.
So what I'll do is that when I get the full complement, because we based our responses based on the program heads. What I'll do is when we get the composite, I'll either advise the House or lay it over.
Thank you, Minister.
Right. So,
Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, thank you very much, Comrade Minister. Thank you very much, Comrade Chairman. But Comrade Chairman, that's the point, because the Honorable Minister just indicated when he gets the information from the program heads. But this is already written in the 2023 budget, so therefore there had to have been a program submitted in order for this to be here. So I can't understand his explanation at all.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I now put a
Mr.
question.
Speaker,
Sorry, honorable member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
thank you, Comma Chair. Same indicators, number 3, number of international, cultural, youth, and sporting events of which Guyana participated. I see they had 28 in 2022, and I'm seeing 28 for 2023. Can the Honorable Minister say if these events were covered, all expense paid by your ministry?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, so most of these are catered for by the ministry, but there aren't any kind of expenses because they're usually virtual.
Thank you, Minister.
Okay.
Honorable member, Ms. Best.
Can I ask the Honorable Minister to lay over a list of the 28 events that Guyana is expected to take part in this year? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 441, Policy Development and Administration Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 514. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 441, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairman. I'm recognizing in the, I don't know where in the line item this amount of money actually falls, but there's a provision for 60 million for musical instruments, furniture, and equipment. Yes, 25066. You need to be quite loquacious. 625 65 250 6600. Oh, my apologies, my apologies. Extension with buildings minister 1205 700. We recognize there's an allocation for $20 million here for extension of building. What level of extension will be added to this building?
Honorable Minister.
When you say level of extension, you mean if it's going to be a 1-story or 2-story or 3-story? Is that what you mean, level of extension?
Tell me what the extension is
So
about.
at,
Is it to
at the
facilitate
ministry,
more staff? What's
yeah,
it for?
both. It is. You can ask that question. So, what is the purpose of the extension? The purpose. The purpose of the extension is for accommodation as well as for storage. What has been happening at the ministry is that we have been collecting a lot of paper for a lot of the work that we've been doing. It has been a struggle to keep, as we're required to do, the documents that form part of our records, especially when it comes to our audits and checking on items. And we're essentially running out of space for storage on one part, and then also to accommodate more persons at the compound.
Thank you, Minister.
Sit down.
Honorable Member, Mr.
Buy a
Figueroa.
house.
You have a follow-up, Honorable
buy a
Member?
house.
Mr. Figueroa? Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 441, Policy Development and Administration Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, can we turn to pages 216 and 217? And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 442, Culture, current expenditure stands part of the estimates.
Thank you.
Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
6291 National and Other Events. There's an allocation of $200 million here. Could the minister inform the House what are these national and other events? And if he can disaggregate the 5 events that will garner most of the allocation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
So most importantly, one of the things that we have to cater for this year is for Mashramani. And that's the float parade part of the national and other events that we take care of at the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport. So you will see that there's an increase there, but there's also a number of other events that we do. On the Mashramani, just so that I can assist the House, there are quite a few events that we are responsible for. One is the flag raising ceremony. We also do the Calypso Junior and Senior Calypso Monarch. We do also the Soca Monarch Junior and Senior. We do the steel band panorama. We do the Chutney Monarch. We also take care of, we also are having a folk evening this year. A number of other events that caters for under this line, or that is catered for under this line. We do the Guyana Talent Search. We also have religious events like related to Pagua and Arrival Day and Independence, national, when we do Independence for in May. In fact, you would remember that we held Independence last year in Region 2, first time that it was moved out of the capital. In this year, it's going to be moved out of the capital again. It's going to be itinerant, and it was a huge success for us to do that. We do Enmore Martyrs. We also have a number of activities related to Cricket Carnival and the One Guyana Festival. The Christmas concert. Yes, those are some of the main national other events that we take care of.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa. Thank you, Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6284, could the minister disaggregate this sum and tell us if Institute of Creative Arts is captured under this sum or where it is?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, the honorable member is correct. But just to give a fairly comprehensive answer to the question that was asked under 6284. It's the allocation caters for the payment of technical and software services related to the Cultural and Creative Industries Registry, services related to the accreditation. And this is something that I want to stress on. So the Institute of Creative Arts, which you spoke about a moment ago, was created by the People's Progressive Party in 2012, 2013. And that's when we were in government. And during the time that the previous administration, the APNU-AFC, was in office. This institute, having been formed, the major issue that needed to be accomplished, or item to be accomplished, objective, was for the accreditation of the institute. And there has been, during that 5 years, there had been no movement towards the accreditation of the Institute of Creative Arts. And this year, this line also caters for the completion of the accreditation of the Institute of Creative Arts. So we have already, I'm not finished yet. We've already had the engagement with the Ministry of Education, the department that is responsible for the accreditation, and that we have a timeline that leads towards the implementation. And then just to complete, it also caters for the stipends that are part of the running of the Institute of Creative Arts and the engagement of the services related to that.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr.
Honorable
Chair.
Member, Ms.
I want to follow up.
Lewis.
Mr. Chairman, clearly, the minister has no understanding of what he's talking about. Sir, the Institute of Creative Arts, under the PPPC government,
Are you asking a question? Or
yes,
making-
I'm coming, sir. I'm coming to the question.
Please.
There is no
Honorable member,
legislation to establish the
speaking.
ICA.
Honorable member, please.
Sorry, sir.
Right.
So,
Okay.
so
Sir, I didn't ask my question. I'm sorry. I need
No,
to
but
ask my question.
I want you to, Honorable Minister, she didn't ask the question yet. That was the preamble.
Okay, I understand.
So could you keep the commentary and with respect to the preambles very
Thank you.
succinct
Thank you for your guidance, Mr.
and towards the
Chairman.
question? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the Institute of Creative Arts has to first be registered with the National Accreditation Council. That is the preamble, the pre-qualification for accreditation. The National Accreditation Council does not do institutional accreditation. They do program accreditation at this moment. The ICA could not have been registered all this time because there is no legislation in place that established the ICA.
So the
Could the
question
minister say to us in this house, when would the ICA be registered?
Or could it be put a different way? Does this sum cater for the consultancies to ensure it can qualify for registration?
Sir, my question is specific to time. When?
Yeah, but this has to be with respect to the allocation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your guidance.
So I'm very happy for the question. And I'm also happy to advise the House and the public, because it's important that we get enough clarity from people who are not politicians, but that we are getting the advice from technical people. Anyone can come and make statements about who doesn't know their work and who doesn't have a clue about that. I can say that about you and social cohesion a million days, every single day for the rest of my life. I can come here and say that. I don't need, it doesn't take us anywhere. However, let me advise you, since you don't know, that it is not a prerequisite for the legislation to be passed in order for it to be registered. In fact, the registration has already commenced. I have here the Director of Culture, who has just responded to know, and I've had the meetings myself with her and our entire culture department in relation to the accreditation. In fact, we've established
a timeline, and that's why I can speak with certainty that there will be the accreditation that happens this year. The registration and the accreditation will happen this year.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Mr. Jones.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, I turn the Honorable Minister's attention, Mr. Mike Paul. I turn the Honorable Minister's attention
Thank you for stepping into the chair.
Performance statement, indicator number 1. It states here that a number of cultural presentation and exhibition held in 2022, 27 to be exact. You're slated to host 30 in 2023. Could you indicate to the House what are the 3 new activities that is going to be added?
Honorable Minister.
I just listed a number of events that are connected to there, but I'll give you a more comprehensive layout of those events. 3 new ones.
Sorry. Well, sir, well, Minister, the number of activities that you listed was under policy development and administration. We are now on culture, which is a different indicator.
So we are adding to, in 2021, you would find in our capital program, we did quite a bit of work to the Castellani House. So what we are adding here, specifically the 3 new ones, are the exhibitions now that the work has been completed for Castellani. So that is the answer to for the 3 additional events.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Mr. Jones.
Thank you very much. Comrade Chairman, could the Honorable Minister indicator number 5, updating the legal framework in the areas pertinent to the preservation and conservation of our heritage. In 2022, there was none. This year, you're listed to do same. What is those legal framework that you intend to update as it relates to preservation and conservation of our heritage?
Honorable Minister. Yes, that answer is the National Trust.
Thank you, Minister.
Sorry,
Honorable Member Mr. Jones.
The National Trust legislation?
Yes, legislation is that. Yes.
Honorable Member Mr. Figueroa.
6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations. Minister, I recognize that there's a contribution here of only 1.5 million for Theatre Guild of Guyana. And yes, and you quoted Miss Wright, and I would like to quote what she said too. She said, "You must always be a student of the craft." And my question to you is, given the fact that the Theatre Guild plays a pivotal role in the promotion and the enhancement of the cultural craft of a lot of young people in Guyana, could you explain why we have such a paltry allocation of only $1.5 million to the Theatre Guild?
Honorable Minister.
So this is a subsidy that we give to the Theatre Guild, but in the Institute of Creative Arts, we cater for the drama as part of one of the areas of component that we do as part of the Institute. So we actually do dance, music, drama, and art. You would have heard of schools like the Borough School. You know about the dance school, we have the music school. But drama is one of the schools that we cater for. And under there, each head has a sum. I don't have the exact sum for each of the heads, but I remember it was about $20 million we actually spent on drama there
for all of the teachers, the lecturers, and the training is actually done at the National Cultural Center. They have classes there.
You mentioned Borough School
Thank
of
you,
Arts, but
Minister.
I haven't
Honorable
recognized
Mr.
any
Figueroa.
allocation. Is that on the others? And more so, how much has been allocated to the school?
Honorable Minister.
I'm advised that it's stretched across many lines, so you have payment of part-time workers, you have payment for field materials, so there are a number of utilities, maintenance, so there are a number of areas that we spend for the Institute, for each of the schools.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Yes, the United Nations has recognized slavery as the worst atrocity with regards to attributed to any human race. And I recognize, and they would have given recognition to the people of African descent. And in the 2 years, 2020, 2021, 2022 each, were given 100 million. And I recognize there's a zero allocation sum here. And we're still recognizing a decade for people of African descent. So I'm wondering, why is it that the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport failed to give the decade of people of African descent an allocation?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, so thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I share, we here in the government of Guyana, we share the view that the United Nations establishes, and just to be clear too, it was the People's Progressive Party government that would have supported the establishment and the protocols that led to the decade of people of African descent. And just to be clear, well, to get to that point, you had to have the agreement. In any event, the money is catered for under 62994, and you would have heard the Honorable Minister, Senior Minister with responsibility for finance from the Office of the President, had mentioned it in his speech. So it's catered for in 62994 to support the groups that are related to the assembly of for the decade of people of African descent.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Honorable Minister made mention that the money is found on the line item 6294, which is other. And if my memory serves me accurate, that figure, that total figure is 100 and just over 100 million. Can the honorable member provide a disaggregated sum, or the amount going to IPADG or the groups that you have alluded to? Or can you lay over that information? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
You should go and sleep.
Not yet, just now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So the sum that's allocated for there, you will see that there's actually an increase there of 104 million. The sum that's allocated there, it's 100 million. The groups, I am not able to share that with me. I don't have that with me at the moment. In any event, just to be clear, this will be done through wide consultation, and the list also will come to the attention of the cabinet and the approval of the cabinet.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
I hear the minister in proffering an explanation for this allocation, saying that it will be going to respective groups. But was there can you provide us an understanding of why is it moving from this organized body that received it almost 3 consecutive years, 100 million, now it's going to be disseminated to several groups? Is there a reason for that?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, so Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank the honorable member for his question, because it's a very important question for the country. The matter is in court, so there's only so much that I can say because it's sub judice. But what I can say is that from our analysis and what, based on the statements that were shared with us, when I say statements, I mean the financial statements that were shared with us, and you would have seen subsequent public statements being made, that the administrative cost of that $100 million was around $60 million on just admin alone. Now we believe that the groups would be able to benefit, because we want as many people as possible to benefit from this, and instead of just a few people.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
So those groups who are likely to benefit, one, based on your explanation, they haven't been identified. And one would want to believe that the ministry would have provided a criteria for interested groups to make an application to benefit from this allocation. Is there a criteria outlined by the ministry? Sir, Mr. Speaker, can I crave your protection, sir? This guy is
Honorable
very
members, please allow the
obnoxious.
member to ask his question. I can't hear him
Yes,
properly.
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, is there a criteria set out by the ministry that interested groupings across the country can be fulfilled with what is required of them to do in order to benefit from this allocation?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, so it's a good question, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So in relation to, or what I should advise the honorable member too, is that the original assembly had many groups that were already established. There were many groups that formed the original assembly before the body moved into a much smaller group that was then incorporated, a private entity incorporated. Prior to that, originally, there were many groups that created this body called IPADIGI. And it was an umbrella organization that was called an assembly. And then subsequently, somehow, this group created another body, and then it formed a private company. And many groups had complained about their inaccessibility to the funding that the government of Guyana had made available for the purposes of what it was intended. The intention to further cultural and activities related to Afro-Guyanese and Afro-cultural related activities. Now, if that body had established itself for that purpose, and we know that more than half of the allocation that was there was being spent for merely admin, we have the original list of groups that would have formed the assembly. Those groups have already been in contact with us because they would have registered a number of complaints. So subsequent to the passage of this budget, we will re-engage the groups, and it will be done in a very open and transparent way. And that if it is decided based on the consultation that we have, if it is decided that the expansion is necessary, then the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, on behalf of the government of Guyana, will be making that criteria, if one is established, that based on the decision to expand, we will make it public.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. 6302, training and scholarships. Can the minister inform the House what are some of the training his ministry will be embarking on, and in which category this training will be done? And if I'm to add to that, would this training extend to the various sporting associations and federations that promotes the different? Oh no, this is not fair. Sorry. Go ahead.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, so this line caters for a very important initiative for the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport that has brought tremendous benefit to the cultural and creative industries, especially a lot of the young people who are connected to the cultural and creative industries. I'm sure the honorable member would have seen that the ministry had put out in the last 2 years, we would have put out our cultural and creative industries grant, the applications for that. We've had tremendous response to it, and we've also had a tremendous level of success, good outcomes, and with the preservation of culture in relation to many areas. So that's one of the area that is captured there. We have $30 million that is set aside for just the cultural and creative industries grant. And occasionally we have been publishing a number of the success stories that are related to that on our page, where many of the young persons, the awardees, and we're doing, many of the awardees had spoken and put on many of the displays and the products that came out of it. So it's captured under that line. We are also going to be having a mentorship program for the awardees that's captured under that line as well. And then one of the new programs that we did last year that was very well attended and it was hugely successful was our youth culture camp, which is something that we worked with the National Trust. We worked with the youth department and obviously led by the culture department, but it's an initiative that we put as a new initiative where young people coming out of school during the break from school, they were able to be part of all of the areas of culture, and they were also able to have tours of our heritage sites where they can have the expedition and learn about a lot of the monuments that are important to our heritage. And it was a huge success, and now we're going to expand it. And that's why you see an additional allocation there too.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, honorable members. I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 44, Program 442 Culture, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we have just 11 minutes remaining on this head. I propose the question if we turn to page 514. Propose a question that the sum stated for program 442 Culture, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for program 442 Culture, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to pages 218 and 219. And I propose the question that Honorable members, am I at the right place? I'm supposed to be at youth current expenditure. Thank you. Honorable members, we turn to pages 218 and 219. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport Program 443, Youth, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 443, Youth, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I invite you to turn to page 514. I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 443 Youth capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Thank you, honorable members. I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 443 Youth capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, can we turn to pages 220 and 221? And let me formally recognize former Parliamentary Secretary, Member of the House, the Honorable Steve Ninbach. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 444, Sports, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6291, national and odd events. Can the minister provide us an explanation with regards to this allocation? What are those national and odd events this allocation will cater for?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So this line caters for any of the events that we host at our facilities that need support, that to assist with the hosting of the events. So I can just assist with naming a few so that we can get an idea in relation to this, because it's not the hosting of a national event like Remembrance Day or Independence Day, but for all of the events, for example, that we have at, let's say, the track at Lenora. Many times the sports associations would come and say they need some assistance with let's say, some tents or some kind of tables and chairs, etc., for the hosting of their activities. We would support that. But because now we have an expanded program for all of our facilities, track, the aquatic center, etc., National Stadium, we have been able to give them that kind of support so that they can host their activities. So that's what this line caters for. What we are also catering for in this line that's important, and just for the sake of I'm sure the honorable member would want to know as well, is for the Allianz Pompey race that we are scheduling to have around July of this year. Ms. Pompey and I have already had some discussions on the preliminary dates for the event. It's a very important event. We were unable to have it last year. The track had deteriorated to a point where it wouldn't be recognized in that way, and it had deteriorated where it, outside of the warranty period, the deterioration had started during the warranty period. In fact, I saw that the honorable minister had made, the previous minister had made a statement about it, but didn't make the claim so that we can have the track repaired during that time. So those are some of the events that cater for under this line.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera.
Thank you, sir. 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations. Recognizing the bulk of this allocation goes to the Sports Commission. Can you give a synopsis of
Honorable Minister.
the role the commission will play with regards to this significant allocation?
The role that the commission plays?
Added role, yes.
I don't understand the question.
So the commission has a number of responsibilities, and this allocation has significantly increased. Is this increase as a result of more responsibility the commission will be taking on this year?
Not really more not really more responsibility, but more activity. So the allocation that you see there is in relation, I think it's 450 million. The allocation that's there is under the recurrent side. There is where there's a significant increase. But the significant increase is based on the fact that in addition to some of the other expenditure that is recurrent, when we launched our sports academy, we said that the sports academy would have 3 pillars. And I made the presentation publicly. I published it online, published it in the media. It would have 3 pillars. The first pillar is our nursery. The nursery program, we have to support the coaching for all of the 12 core sports, maybe 11 or 10 of the core sports. In addition, you have to purchase field materials that are connected to the running of the sports academy. The second pillar is the tournaments. That is this year going to be one of the prime additions to our calendar. You will see coming out in the next few days, which was just discussed at our sports conference. In the next few days, you will see published on our page and in the newspapers a calendar, for the first time, a calendar of tournaments/events for the entire year. So what we did was that we, in preparation for the second pillar of the sports academy, is that we asked for all of the 12 core sports to send in their tournaments before the year had ended so that we can get this in preparation. Now we're going to have that published for the first time, where it's going to be anyone can go on our page, it will be in the newspapers, it'll be all over the media. They will be able to see in this month what are the major sporting events that are happening and where, so that the public can attend, so that everybody can be aware that these tournaments are happening, so that it culminates, it moves in a progressive way, it culminates for each one of the 12 core sports into a national final, a national version of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr.
Thank you.
Figuera.
So the respective sporting organization will be furnishing the ministry with their calendar of activities, and not necessarily tournaments, but leagues and such like. That's the understanding I'm trying to get from you. And additionally, with regards to the academy, I want to have a sense of how is this academy going to be facilitated? Are we going to have certified coaches for all the respective levels? Besides the coaches, what are the other technical personnel that will be associated with the academy? Are we going to have physiotherapists? Are we going to be having nutritionists? Because there's different techniques these foundation athletes will have to learn as they gradually go phase by phase in the development of learning each respective sport. So I'm trying to get a sense of what's your understanding of what's the ministry's position with regards to these academies.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, so the Honorable Member, I mean, we've spoken about this publicly, but I would like to furnish him with the information because to support our nurseries, we had to hire certified coaches. And those coaches came from the recommendation of the sports associations. That's how we were able to find the coaches that were suitable for the nurseries. They are now hired to support the nursery. In addition, we have also given for the sports nursery, for the nursery of the academy, we've also given them additional personnel who, for example, the organizers. The organizers play a supporting role to each of the core sports. Third, just to add on the personnel side, because now we're expanding, to add on the personnel side, I've had very fruitful engagement with the Army, and they are currently putting together their list of personnel, their military personnel, who have backgrounds in particular sports that will assist each one of the core sports. So that's on the coaching, the supporting staff, and in relation to all of the areas that require additional support that are tangential to the development of talent, specifically on outside of just, let's say, a cricket talent or a basketball talent or a football talent. We have already hired a sports psychologist. You've heard the director of sport would have spoken publicly about this. In addition, we also have a, what was the other person that we had? The physio. Now, you raised an important point in relation to nutrition. This was one of the items that was discussed specifically at the sports conference, which was streamed, just so that the Parliament is advised and the public is advised. We streamed those panels, and one of the panels covered, amongst other things, nutrition, of which we had a nutritionist on the panel. And what we decided coming out of that is that we would have workshops for all of the sports associations and the athletes, but catering specifically for the sport, not just nutritionists speaking generally. That was one of the issues that was identified during our discussion, that it's not speaking about nutrition generally, that you need your macronutrients and some carbohydrates, you need some protein, you need some fruit, you need some water. It's not a more general training that they need as part of the workshop. It is an engagement that we're going to have with the health department, and we're going to say, this is what specifically we're looking for. If they're unable to do it, then we'll outsource it. But it is far more specific when it comes to each individual sport and each area that they are going to be pursuing for that sport. So for example, the type of diet that you will have in general while you're training is not the same type of diet that you will have while you're performing. The day of performance of your diet is going to be a different diet from the night before that you go for your tournament. So that is the kind of level of detail and the focus on the science preparation part of sports development and talent development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Before the Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera, asks his next question, we are just a few minutes over, but let's see if we can quickly conclude.
Let's go to the other part.
Honorable Members, I now propose, put the question that the sum stated for Program 444 Sports, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable Members, page 515. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 444 Sports, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera.
Thank you, sir. 450
06400 ground enhancement programs. With regards to this program, Minister, can you say if this allocation will be utilized at the grounds that was already given some upgrade in last year as a means to enhance the upgrade into a much higher degree, or will it be new grounds identified for this upgrade, and what level of upgrading would these allocation be for those identified grounds? Is it fence, and what is the thinking with regards to upgrading these grounds?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you very much. So the community enhancement program, the ground enhancement program, has been a very important program to us, and we've seen, some tremendous results as a result. So some of the grounds will need some additional support because the allocations that we've had for the grounds, they may still need some finishing up kind of work to complete the facility. So the answer to the question is, in this allocation, which is a block figure, is there will be some new grounds. In fact, there will be many new grounds, but there will still be some outstanding work that needs to be completed based on the work already done, and some of the facilities may need just some finishing up and some touching up projects just to complete it and hand it over back to the community.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. With regards to the upgrading, would any of the grounds that need touching up and such like, would any of those grounds cater for all-weather grounds? And if so, would it be reflected in all 10 of the administrative region? And why is this specifically all-weather grounds? Because of the climatic condition which we experience. And we don't want the sport to be hampered from its continuation if these facilities are not made available.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, so the answer to the question is both yes and no, because there are some parts of what we are doing that will cater for an all-weather type of scenario. So for example, if we do an area in, let's use Mucka for example. We did very recently, we just completed building a new court for them. Official size, we just completed building the new court. We're about to install the basketball hoops, and we're finishing up the ground as well. So the ground it's going to be extremely difficult for the ground, when I say ground meaning earth, to turn that into an all-weather facility. But at the same time, in some areas, depending on what existed and how the different types of sports being played, there will be a facility or a component of the facility that is all-weather. Now, what is an all-weather ground in this situation? Meaning earth. You have currently one at the which is at the National Stadium. There is no other ground in this country where we have an all-weather ground, where if rain falls today, 20 minutes from now, you can go and play. The only problem is that to go and do something like that, it requires massive amounts of work. What the honorable members should know is that that's what's being done at McKinsey in Linden in Region 10. That's also being done in Anna Regina in Region 2. That's also being done at Albion in Region 6. So it's a cost factor in relation to this particular head, but for all of the stadiums that we're doing, and there are many stadiums that we're doing right now, that there will be the all-weather capability at those grounds.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I think we can use this as the final question, Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you for your indulgence. Multi-purpose sporting facility, and you mentioned the Mackenzie Sports Club ground. Can you say if there's an identified timeline for the completion of this facility? As well as you mentioned stadium, what would be the seating capacity when the multi-purpose facility has been completed?
Honorable Minister.
So for which one are we talking about?
Mackenzie.
Mackenzie. So there are some details in relation to, and I said this when you hadn't arrived yet. There are some details that I'm unable to share at this point. We're in a very short period of time, in a matter of months, I will be able to share those details. But we are advancing the work for completion in terms of timeline as well. I'll be able to share that at that time. So it's just a matter of months we'll be able to share that type of information with the House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. With regards to the Mackenzie Sports Club facility, which was already a multi-purpose facility, and given this upgrade and the fact that you cannot provide certain information now, my question is if all of the sporting discipline that the club facilitated then before this upgrade, if all of those facilities are, and even more, will be accommodated, or will there be a diminished amount of sporting disciplines that the facility used to cater for? Will there be a reduced amount, or will there be an increase with this new upgrade?
Honorable Minister?
I don't know.
Yeah, so
Improving has different facets.
Attorney General is answering for me. I mean,
He has to be in
not
his
quite
seat
sure that
to
it was a
answer for
legal
you.
matter. But yes, the answer is that we're aiming to have increased number of.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Thank you, Mr.
Minister and Honorable Attorney General. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 444 sports capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Amount stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us thank the Honorable Minister, former Parliamentary Secretary, and the staff of the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport for taking us through that agency. Honorable members, let the assembly resume. Honorable members, we are back in the assembly. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that we adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Thank
A
you,
long
Honorable.
day.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members, the House stands adjourned till 10 a.m. tomorrow.